Willkommen, bienvenue, and welcome everybody to Utah Games Launch 2026. Utah Games Launch is the premier student game showcase in the world, I say, at least the country, if not the world. My name is Adam Hunter, and I am your host. I'm going to be with you throughout the stream, talking to teams, introducing games, showing you all of the cool things that we have going on here at the University of Utah. But before we get started with all that, I have a very special guest with me on the couch. This is Dr. Michael Young, who is the chair of the Division of Games. Michael, welcome to launch. This is your deal.
This is amazing. Thanks for having me on the stream. It's great to be here to talk about what's going on today.
Yeah. So hopefully we have a lot of returning fans, but for people who are maybe seeing this for the first time, what is launch? What is the Division of Games? What do we do?
Well, let me start with the Division of Games. So the Division of Games is the number one ranked academic game unit in the country, in the world, and we offer a bachelor's degree in games and a master's degree in entertainment arts and engineering. Both of those degrees prepare students to be consummate game makers and to be able to express themselves in a range of different creative activities, making and building games, and to prepare them for careers in the games industry and related areas. And so the launch event is our annual open house event that we have every year on reading day at the end of the academic year. We show off the games that the students have made. And so there's an amazing collection of creative output for all of these games are published games that students can download, anybody can download themselves and play. It's a showcase. The students who made the games are here. The teams are here to talk to people. You'll see them on the stream and you'll be talking with them, Adam, to understand the process that they went through, what they learned to make these games, and to see the way that their creativity and these teams have all come together.
That is awesome. So yes, if you happen to be watching this live, and if you live in the Salt Lake area, you can come on down to Building 72 on the University of Utah campus, and you can play these games live. Otherwise, throughout the stream, like Michael said, we're going to be speaking with different teams. We're going to be talking about these games, and then they're going to tell you all where you can go and download and play these games for yourself. So it's a pretty awesome. This is the biggest event that we've had. I believe there's 27 games that we're showcasing that have been made by teams. Some of them working for a semester, some of them working for 2 semesters, some undergraduate, some graduate. It is my favorite event of the entire year, and I'm very, very happy that I was asked to come be a part of this. Do you have any final words of wisdom before we just kick this thing off?
I mean, I'm excited to see the student creativity. There's just a remarkable amount of innovation and creativity that goes into the work that the students have done. So I'll be wandering around. I'll be watching the stream to see the students talking about what they've done, and that's like the most meaningful part for me, is to see the pride that they have in showing a creation that they have made.
Right. And for a lot of these students, this is one of, if not the first times that they've been able to make games and been able to express themselves through the medium of games. So we always have some really, really cool things that come out of that.
It's true.
Well, awesome. Well, we are going to start with showing some of our capstone games from our undergraduate program. We're going to go to a quick break really quick, and then when we come back, we'll have our very first team on the couch ready to talk to us. So we'll see you in just one sec. Alrighty, welcome back to Utah Games Launch 2026. As I mentioned before the break, we are going to start with some of our undergraduate games. And so with me on the couch, we have two of our finest instructors who are in charge of the undergrads for this year. So we have Dr. Fernando Rodriguez and Greg Bayless. Please introduce yourselves, tell us who you are and what Capstone is, what the undergrads are doing.
Sure thing. So I'm Fernando Rodriguez. I'm an assistant professor at the Division of Games. I'm also the director of undergraduate studies. And Greg and I have been doing Capstone for the past 3 years at this point.
3 years, yeah.
And it's been so exciting. It is the culmination of the undergraduate degree. It's the final senior project that our students do. It's a year-long project where they create a game from initial idea conception all the way to final publication and release. And Greg can give you more about our schedule.
Yeah, so we've kind of been going through this semester, wrapping up our development, publishing games to Steam and itch and lots of other platforms. But the other side of it that's kind of fun is we've introduced a new segment this semester that is the live ops or live operations portion. And so we're actually having students build marketing campaigns and community voice documents and things
wonderful.
like that. And so in a lot of these trailers that you'll see QR codes for their Steam pages, but also for their socials. Our big ask of you is that if you feel comfortable with it, follow them, give them some support. We've already had, we have one team in Section 1 that has 700 wish lists on their game already.
Dang.
And so we want to really pump up those numbers today as much as possible. But yeah, we're just excited to support the students in trying to build hype around their games and really get them out there.
So really quickly, you had mentioned these are year-long projects, and then you said from conception to completion. How, just if you could quickly outline, how does that go as far as how are the teams formed? How are the ideas came up with, things like that?
Sure. So we start with team formation. We ask all the students to fill out an experience report so we can distribute roles on teams. So we make sure every team has a good set of engineers, designers, artists, producers, everything they need. And then those teams will choose a reference game to start with. And that can be any game of their choosing. And it's essentially going to serve as the foundation for what their game is going to be. And so first semester, they're doing a prototype of that foundation. Then they're fleshing out the mechanics, and they finish with a vertical slice where they showcase what the game could look like when it's done. And then Capstone 2 is about fleshing out the content and finishing the game. We have our games in gold state by halfway through the semester. And then the other half of the semester is, as Greg was saying, live operations and supporting the game after release.
I think that's so wonderful because that's something that in years past teams have taken it upon themselves to do. I love that that's actually part of like the curriculum now. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, so lots of great games to look forward to. I think we'll have the teams coming on and kind of talking through some of their development processes and stuff like that. But I'm just so excited to support them today.
Absolutely.
Awesome. So yeah, everybody get your phones ready to scan QR codes. Get ready to see some games. We're actually going to start with our very first game trailer, and then we'll talk to that team.
Thanks, Adam.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Alrighty, so you saw that trailer. That is a game called Punk Plush Panic, and I got that right on the first try, and I'm very happy about that. With me on the couch is some of the dev team, some of the student dev team. Would you like to introduce yourselves and tell us what you did on... See, I said it right the first time, and now what you did on Punk Plush Panic.
Yeah, so I'm Skylar Verkuterin, and I am a producer for Punk Plush Panic.
My name's Louis Jensen, and I am the lead artist for Punk Plush Panic.
My name is Fisher Lopez, and I'm the lead producer for Punk Plush Panic.
Fantastic, and I think we're going to be joined by some gameplay. Do you know who's going to be playing?
Yes, it is Justin Malord.
Shout out to Justin. All right, so we saw a trailer there, but tell us, what is Punk Plush Panic? What is the goal? What is the player experience that you're trying to have?
Yeah, Punk Plush Panic, it's a 2.5D hack and slash where players take control of a trio of 3 cute critter characters, and their job is to fend off an alien race from devouring their entire planet.
Love it. Like, no notes, print it, make it happen. So Fernando and Greg were in here earlier, and they said, you start as forming teams, and then you start with like a reference game or a couple reference games. Where did you start, and then how did that transform into the gameplay that we're seeing here?
To start, our initial idea was to do something like a little wacky. So we wanted to do something like Skylanders, where we have like maybe somewhat alt control, where you can have an actual figurine of the character and then swap them in.
Never been done at the U before.
Yeah. Then we realized that would be a bad idea for a capsule. You only have a year, and making this was hard enough. So we still like the idea of quick swapping into multiple characters, and we thought that maybe Ratchet and Clank was a good idea because a lot of people were familiar with Ratchet and Clank, so we used that as a reference game. But I mean, now what our game looks like is completely different from Ratchet and Clank. We even chose better reference games later down the line.
Yeah, as time went on, we kind of realized that our game was a lot more similar to things like Castle Crashers or those sort of like quick party-esque hack and slash games.
Sure. And the art style has a very neon, colorful vibe. How many artists did you have working on the team? How did you land on that as your art style?
We had 2 2D artists and then so many 3D artists.
Yeah, we had like about 3 3D artists.
But so we chose to go through with like a 2.5D style where we can get the 2D characters in the 3D world just so we can really make use of everyone's skills. And with the original pitch, we wanted to do something kind of like based on like Labubu's was kind of our idea.
Okay, I can see it, yeah.
very pop culture centered, I guess. And then everything past that kind of just naturally fell into place with the colors and the character designs and everything like that.
Wonderful. So could you explain to everybody at home what is happening in the game right now?
Yeah, so currently you get to choose between 3 different characters. Their names are Zoom, Oom, and Gloom, and they're just pink, purple, and green little characters. And they all have like one kind of like base mechanic where you could like either shoot, do a melee attack, and then one ability where you could either do a big slam or a big AoE burst. And then you switch between these characters, and they all have different synergies. And depending on how you switch, they could combo with each other and make really powerful combos.
So as you're switching, you have a window to be able to do a combo with your character.
Yes.
That's a fascinating... Was that something that you planned on from the beginning? Was it something that you just discovered during development?
I think it's something that we planned on from the very start.
Okay. Was there anything else? So like if we talk about the pillars of a game, you said 2.5D hack and slash. What were the other things that you were trying to go for as this game continued to develop?
I think the main things were platforming, and then also just like how would I say this? like crazy combat in a sense. Like
Sure.
our initial idea was we want people's eyes to get like completely destroyed when they played our game, with all the VFX happening, with our quick swapping, our abilities, with the amount of enemies. And so our main idea was just trying to make somebody, like in our game's title, like panic, you know, like what is happening on my screen, but I also feel like I'm super strong and I can defeat any foe.
Just the glory that comes with just pure chaos.
Yes,
No,
yes.
I think we don't have enough of that. Plenty of chaos in the world, not a lot of it is glorious. So one thing I always like to focus on, because of my background, is I'm a big narrative guy. And we obviously have something going on here where we have a kind of like a bright city. We have these bright characters, but then the enemies that they're fighting are kind of like organic, almost body horror. How did that come about? What is the storyline behind that?
Yeah, so from like a story standpoint, it's supposed to take place in like a far off distant universe where there's this whole world that's populated by all these little critters, and then one day this alien force pops out of nowhere, and we really wanted the aliens to be like focused on like consumption was a word that we had as a core for that. Kind of having it be, I mean, it's not like a super critical game, but like a metaphor for like overconsumption, you know, and consumerism, stuff like that.
I was about to say anti-capitalism.
Yeah,
is finest,
exactly.
which I'm all for.
Again, we're not super critical, or we don't emphasize that a ton, but the underlying story is there for that, and the messages for that. We also, I did most of our character work for the three main characters, and making cute, colorful things is my specialty. And then the guy that did all the enemies, his specialty is making all these horrific monsters. And so we just wanted to find like a narrative that could play to both of our strengths in that kind of way.
I think that is amazing, because one thing that we've talked about in different streams before, but some of the folks at home maybe you've never heard, is that while the teams are making these games, you all have different strengths, you all have different weaknesses, you all have different visions of what you want. And sometimes teams will misstep a little bit because they'll have a vision that doesn't necessarily, it'll be like, oh, we want this game that has this crazy awesome VFX, and then they're like, oh wait, we don't have a VFX on this. So I think that is fascinating. Of just like, I make the cute stuff, he makes the gross stuff, and then we wrapped a narrative around that. I think that's such a cool way of going about that. So as far as you know, as we're wrapping up here, is this a game available right now? Is it going to be available soon? How can people at home who want to experience just the freneticness that's happening, how can they play it?
Yeah, so right now the best way to access our game is through Steam. We should have the most recent version updated, or it should be updated to Steam like within a day.
Yeah, the big update should come out like Thursday or Friday.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So go to Steam and look for Punk Plush Panic. Are there any socials that they can follow or anything like that?
Yes, we have an Instagram, a TikTok, a YouTube, and then even LinkedIn.
Just at Punk Plush Panic on all of that.
Yeah, so Punk Plush Panic. Remember those three words. Thank you for all joining me on the couch. I really, really appreciate it. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to cut to the trailer of our next game, and we're going to keep on going. So thanks for joining me, and then we'll see what our next game is.
Thank
Thank
you
Thank
so
you.
much.
All right. Every year there are always spooky games, and I am here for it. That was 28 Leicester Square. We have two of the development team on the couch with us. Do you want to introduce yourselves and tell us what you did on this game?
Yeah, I am Thomas Briggs, the lead producer and lead designer of this game. I'm Angel Reams. I did a lot of the 3D art and was the art producer.
Okay. And then in the booth, we have someone playing. You want to shout out them?
Yeah, that would be our buddy Alex.
Okay. All right. So we see the trailer, but tell us from your point of view, what is 28 Leicester Square?
It is supposed to be a Victorian puzzle horror game. To us, it really is a like escape room kind of almost inverted. You're not escaping, but instead like diving into an
Okay.
escape room.
A delving game.
I suppose so.
Okay. And how did that come to be? How did you come up with that?
Well, it all started with our initial idea was, hey, let's make a puzzle game. So great. Got a puzzle foundation down, but why do we want to kind of spin off from there? Are we going to go more Legend of Zelda style? Are we going to go more like Portal style? What we eventually ended up settling on was, where can we pull small, simple puzzles from? And that kind of really built into things like Resident Evil with their very simple, almost like keys and locks kind of puzzles.
Sure.
While diving into like escape room-esque puzzles, your different combination locks, your other, actually all locks.
So did you go to a lot of escape rooms as a team to prepare for this?
Not as a team.
Not as a team, but individually.
A little bit.
To do research. Okay, so we now have the stream going on. Tell everybody at home what's going on right now.
Well, you see a note. He is reading through the note, trying to figure out what is going on, where the doctor is, what he needs to do. So as he just read, he's looking for a cure to help cure of whatever mistake the doctor made. So looking in the room, trying to figure out, okay, what can I solve? What can I not solve? He's looking at this puzzle here, trying to figure out how do I get that pattern above me.
Gotcha, from the dice above.
Yes.
And so as the player is delving further into this environment, you mentioned, they're encountering monsters, things like that. Can you tell me a little bit more about the threat that is behind this?
Yes, so the threat in the game are these photosensitive monsters. You look at them, you shine a light, and they don't like that, and they go for you. They hide in various dark rooms, preferably to stay hidden from you, but you will find them, and they will get you when they find you.
Okay, so photosensitivity is a really cool mechanic that games play with, and it's a really cool monster design, right? Because it's kind of like A Quiet Place, but with video instead of audio. How did you come up with that being your kind of main thing, your main shtick about the monsters?
So, given that we were doing an escape room kind of game, there's a lot of I need to search the room to find details of the room. I'm doing a lot of looking around, a lot of searching. So our thought was, okay, so how do we challenge that, right? Because we don't want to say let's hide things in the environment, because that can be a little less fun for some people.
Sure.
So we said, what if there was a threat that was bad to look at? In some sense, a inverse of the Weeping Angel. So instead of something you want to look at to keep it down, you want something you want to avoid.
You want to wait, okay.
But also, you can't see without your light, and your light will also make that monster, I see right there, a little angry. It comes straight for you.
I said earlier that I was here for it. Spoiler alert, I'm actually not here for scary games. So I'm glad that I was not looking at the screen right when that happened. As you making puzzle games can be really difficult to make, right? Not only the key behind a good puzzle is to make it challenging, but not make it frustrating. You want the player to feel good afterwards, not feel like they were ripped off. And you have kind of the additional aspect of, it's not just a puzzle game, it's walking around in an environment and things like that. So was that something were you working on these puzzles and these environments and these objects throughout the entire production? Was it something that you got it done in one? Was it something that you were literally fine-tuning one of the puzzles last night?
So, day one, we said we are making a puzzle game, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least, I shouldn't say day one. Day 5, after our first 4 days of what are we making again, we decided we're making a puzzle game. And first and foremost, before any of the horror, any of the other fun stuff, that we're making a puzzle game, let's get those puzzle stuff down first, before anything else. So, once we had figured out, okay, how the puzzles work in the game, when we want to interact with them, because there are a lot of ways you can do puzzles mentioned before, but we found these smaller interactions make it a little easier. Whereas how can we make these puzzles make sense to the player and feel really intuitive without needing to explain in depth, this is how this exact puzzle mechanic works, how we need to teach that. I don't need to teach a player how to use a combination lock because they're already familiar with those.
Sure. They just showed a map there. Is the idea, you mentioned kind of we talk about escape rooms. Are there puzzles that, do you isolate them to one room within this mansion? Are there puzzles that stretch the entire mansion and you're going into multiple environments to try and find the solution to one puzzle?
Yeah, so some puzzles have clues that are, I guess, some puzzles have clues linked to a different room. Other puzzles, when solved, open to something else across the map.
Gotcha.
Some puzzles are solvable within that room.
Okay. So something for everybody. And now we have another spooky monster coming towards us. Could you tell me a little bit about the creation of the monsters? How'd you come up with their design with the kind of glowing red? How did you get them to move the way that they do? Things like that.
So our original monster is the first one we would have seen in this gameplay, and we really wanted the glowing red because we knew they were going to be in the dark rooms. So we knew that if they were going to be in the dark rooms, the players needed a way to be able to identify it.
Sure.
And be able to see it among the sea of black you're about to see on your screen. And it also made sense and kind of went along with the sensitivity thing, since they already have so much light coming off of them. They don't want more light around them. And we had one of our actual 2D artists did a great job with that initial monster, and we kind of based all of our ideas around that monster. And then in order to get our animations set how we wanted, we actually ended up doing mocap because we didn't have an animator on the team. So
play to your strengths,
exactly.
right? Or in this case, your lack of a strength.
Yeah, so we ended up, we had a few people that had experience with mocap and cleaning up mocap animations, so we were able to use that in order to kind of fill in that gap of not having the animations we wanted to find. So we were able to make them without having to hand animate everything.
That's fantastic. For everybody at home, if you don't know, we actually have a motion capture studio here in Building 72 where the games are made. So which one of you or which multiple of the teams were the lucky ones who had to put on the ping pong suit?
This guy right here.
Lucky is a strong word.
Was it, I've heard from mocap, sometimes people say it's maybe a lot more exhausting than you think it's going to be, or it's good to be able to let yourself free and be able to, move in ways that might make you look silly otherwise, but for games would look better.
I mean, that monster you just saw, it was him crawling around on the floor and having to keep himself in a plank position. So it was a workout in the end, definitely. We had to do that one last.
All right, so we are running out of time here. Where can people play 28 Leicester Square, or when will they be able to play it?
They can find it on Steam right now to be wishlisted.
Okay.
It will be released in the next few days.
Okay, so go to Steam, wishlist it. Do you have social media channels, anything that people can follow?
No,
just the Steam.
Okay, so everybody go to Steam, look up 28 Leicester, Leicester Square, and you too can be like me and be a big chicken during horror games. Thank you both for joining me. We are going to take a quick break here, and then when we come back, we are going to have some more of our undergraduate games. So we'll see you all in just one moment. Alrighty, it is time to wake up, friends. That was the trailer for Nocturne, the game with the spooky name, but maybe not such as spooky gameplay. I have 3 members of the development team with me on the couch. Would you all like to introduce yourselves and tell us what you did on Nocturne?
Hi, I'm Leah Breyer. I was the lead producer.
Hi, I'm Jamal Sockleben. I was the lead engineer.
I'm Rulen Adams. I was the designer.
All right, and do you have anybody in the booth playing the game for us?
Yes, we do.
Give a shout out to them.
They are Bradley. What's his name?
Bradley
Bradley. One name. Like
sorry.
Cher.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we saw what we just saw in the trailer, but tell us in your own words, what is Nocturne?
So Nocturne is a game that's inspired by a lot of things. It's a kind of a fusion of like JRPG tropes, so things like Undertale Deltarune, things like Expedition
33.
33.
Yeah, Expedition 33, and the game and the like the combat loop of Mega Man Battle Network and One Step from Eden. Right. So in the trailer, you definitely saw the combat. That's if you've ever played either of those games, it's a lot like that. But we do also have an overworld. We do have little bits of story that's sprinkled out through our world that you should be able to find.
So it is a would you say it's a rhythm-based combat hack and slash?
I would say it's almost rhythm based. Now that I think about
Almost
it, yeah,
rhythm-based.
it's
Okay.
not like based on music or anything.
Sure.
But you do have to find the rhythm of like dodging the attacks.
So yeah, could you tell us a little bit more about that? Because we obviously saw in the trailer, but how does the battle mechanic work, and then how did it also evolve into what it is?
Yeah. So like Jamal said, I kind of came up with the initial idea for this game, or like the gameplay itself. And I was very inspired by Mega Man Battle Network was my main inspiration. After we started making it, One Step from Eden was also a big inspiration for it. But we were basically one player on one side, enemy on the other. We have a 3x3 grid, and you're both shooting attacks at each other. And yeah, the enemies is just like a rhythm-based kind of thing.
All right, very, very, very cool. So explain to us what we're seeing right now.
So this is our starting area. This is the main character Ainsley's bedroom. You can see Bradley interacting with the various things in the bedroom, right? So this is kind of how our story is portrayed. Right, if we leave the bedroom, we can get to our first combat. The one in front of us is just our tutorial combat, and so will just be a brief explanation of how the combat system actually works. As we kind of explained, 3x3 grid, you dodge and attack simultaneously. We have a parry system so that you can like block attacks to do a bunch of damage all at once. And we have our focus systems, which changes a little bit about what you can do. Yeah.
Sure. So something like this, I imagine you probably have to, like, we know iteration is the name of the game when it comes to game dev, but I imagine this is something that you're doing, and then you're doing it again, and then you're doing it again, because I imagine this is something that if it's not perfect, it's not right.
Yeah, yeah. It definitely took a lot of balancing to get it to a place where I feel like it's good. I'm sure there's more I could do for balancing, but like, yeah, it was first when we put it out, it was too hard, then it was too easy, and then back and forth. You just have to keep finding the timing is like the biggest thing. With the enemy's attacks for making difficulty.
So when you say too hard and too easy, would you run playtests either within the team? Would you run external playtests? Tell me about that.
Kind of both. Yeah. I mean, for the capstone, they have playtests built in where you can playtest other team games. But besides that, we also playtest with people outside. Like I would contact my friends from back home, and they would test it. People I know around here. The whole team would do things like that.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, like I assume me, you, Bradley, like most of the engineering time, we're constantly playing the game.
Yeah.
Right, just running through it because you have to right, from the engineering perspective, you just have to make certain that like things don't explode.
Of course, of course.
Like, there's always the possibility that you make a change and oops, now you can never leave the battle, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and at least you weren't making any of those changes last night at midnight, right?
Oh, we were.
No. Of course.
We're not supposed to tell them that.
This is student game development.
we were getting rid of all of the things.
There you go. There it is. I would love to talk really quickly about the art style and what's going on here. It's beautiful. It's Nocturne is night, so you're using a lot of those like cool colors. You have these really cool like shaders that are going on with lighting and LOD and stuff like that.
Yeah.
How did this art style come to be?
Well, we first we wanted to make the game accessible, so that influenced a lot of our color palette. So we have a color palette based off of like a lot of like differences in differences in contrast.
Yeah.
And then we kind of stuck to that palette. We have a very talented group of artists. Our environmental like tech artist Sasha was able to create this beautiful scene. We used a lot of like procedural generation after she made like the materials that we needed. And it was,
Yeah, so all of these trees, all of the grass, all of that's not placed by hand, thank God, right? We just like I just painted the roads and like the environment, and then it all popped up because of what Sasha made for us.
Yeah, fantastic tool.
Yeah, for those who don't know at home, when you have big environments like this, sometimes procedural generation saves you every amount of headache possible.
Yeah, it took forever for her to get it to work, but like once it worked, it's so nice.
Yeah,
right?
and it kept it like really consistent, and we could like easily change stuff.
So, you mentioned, you said we have some technical artists, things like that. What was the breakdown of your team as far as how many people and who did what on the team?
So we have 2 producers, we have 6 artists, and then we have 5 engineers, and then we outsource 3 audio people.
Okay.
But by the end, a lot of us were crossing over disciplines. Our engineers did a fantastic job of setting up our systems. So by the time we got to second semester, they didn't have as much to do. So they ended up like filling in for like design roles because it's such a design heavy game. And then like me as a producer, I did some like UI art. And then we also had like a lot of artists like working outside of their zone because we just needed to get things done. So we had like a prop artist working on our like character animations and character art. It was amazing.
Yeah, that is always it, when the pressure is on. People gain skills that they never realized that they had to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, I did the level design despite primarily being an engineer. I'm not even a game student. I'm a CS student, right? And I'm doing games, right? So, but like, someone needed to do this. Someone needed to sculpt the level, right?
Yep.
And so I just like, I'll spend a day and do this, right?
And for the folks at home who might not be familiar with like the intricacies of game development, that's always what it is. There always needs something to be done, and someone
has to do it.
Someone needs to step up
Yeah.
and do it.
Yeah.
So as the game is now in its kind of final state or near final state, in your heads as you were developing it, especially early on, is this kind of what you envisioned, or did it change a lot or a little during production?
Somewhat. It stayed very consistent for the most part. We did have to do a lot of like pre-production work in order to like make sure that we had like the art we wanted and being like very consistent with that. And then like the story, since we are such a story-rich game, everything you do needs to like is influenced by the story you write. So just nailing that down, because elements added on later would have to like then really have to be like, oh, we have to be able to explain this now. The big thing is that we did have to cut a level just for scope issues. I mean, you go into this being like,
Oh yeah,
so
we can do
starry-eyed.
everything.
We're gonna do beyond everything.
But I believe that we did a great job, and now it is a fully like polished product versus what we would have had if we had done a 3rd level.
For sure.
Yeah.
And that often is the stumbling block for not just student teams, but every team. Is your dreams are a lot bigger. Your eyes are bigger than your stomach, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure.
So as we're wrapping up here, if people wanted to play Nocturne at home, how could they go about doing that?
We have it on Steam. We have it on itch. We have it on wishlist on Steam. We're going to release it like very soon. We also have Instagram and then TikTok. And then it's team.catnap26 on TikTok, and then Team Catnap on Instagram, I believe.
Okay, so Team Catnap is the name of the team for socials. Nocturne is the name of the game. Available very, very soon on Steam and on itch.
There is another Nocturne. Look for
Yeah.
you've seen the art. Look for Ainsley. That's our main character. That one.
Okay, look for the cute kid with the bold colors, not with this other probably scary.
Yeah.
All right, friends. Well, thank you so much for joining me here today.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, Nocturne looks fantastic. I'm going to go. I always say that one of the bummers of hosting is that I don't get to play the games on the day. So I'm looking forward to playing these all at home. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to toss out another trailer really quickly, and then we'll join another team here on the couch. So we'll see you all in just 1 second. Alrighty, welcome back. That was Cradle of the Rift, a fairy brawler, perhaps? Let's ask the team. I have 2 members of the development team here with me. Would you like to introduce yourselves and tell us what you did on the game?
Yeah, I'm Ray Kimber. I was art lead for Cradle of the Rift, and we would describe it as a roguelike fantasy.
Boom, roguelike fantasy. Love it.
Yeah. My name's Hanish Acharya. I did engineering and a bit of everything on the team.
A bit of everything. That's a common theme today, is that everyone picks up a hat when they're needed. So tell us, so you say roguelike fantasy game, a little bit more about it. What can people expect from the gameplay? What kind of inspirations did you draw from as you were making this game?
Yeah, would you like to go first, Hanish?
Yeah, our motto for the game was we wanted to keep the game gamer first. That's why it's a bit fast-paced. You just get dropped into the cradle and then you're trying to go back home. There's a bunch of different weapons that you find. We have cool enemies in there. And then there's an upgrade system. So you're basically trying to defeat as many enemies as you can and then gain XP, gain upgrades, and then just go back home.
Okay, very, very good. You say you're dropped into the cradle there. Not a literal cradle, I imagine. So tell us, how did the name come about? And it's a very unique name, and maybe a kind of a unique concept. How did that all come to be?
Yeah, I can take this one. So we went through a lot of different names, and this one kind of came about as metaphor for it is the cradle, as in is the beginning area. There's a greater and larger world, and we wanted to imply that this is just a small piece of it, and that it is kind of void touched or rift touched. So before you go into the greater dangers from the void or the rift, this is your starting place.
Okay, so this is chapter 1 of a much bigger game.
Implicitly.
Tell us about this. We're seeing the menu right now.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about this character with what appears to be a really cool wooden mask on and some wings. Tell us about them.
Yeah, I'll take this one. So as art lead, I was part of the process for developing the concept art for our fairy. We wanted her to be a very mobile character, communicate that visually from the beginning. And we went through a lot of different iterations for the shapes and how her outfit would work, and then also the colors. And we landed on the yellow and blue because it contrasted together nicely, but then it also would contrast against our environment. We really enjoyed being able to tie her into the environment with the wood features, like her mask.
Do we ever see her face, or is she always
masked? She's always masked.
All right. I also forgot to mention we have live gameplay here. You want to give a shout out to whoever's in the booth on your team?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to JD. He's another one of our engineers, and he's probably the best person we have that could play this game.
The best person to play this game.
Yeah.
So he's gonna. I was about to say going to destroy this rock monster, but that looks more like a portal
than
anything else. Okay, so a little bit more these colors are really, really vibrant. These worlds are very, very cool. Was that something that you just kind of hit the ground running with, or did it take a lot of iteration or a lot of going back and forth to finally land on the style and the color palette and things like that?
Yeah, we knew we wanted it to be really colorful from the beginning, but in the beginning we were we're going to do two-tone. We're going to have 2 different colors. That's going to be it. And as we developed it more, it just wasn't reading well. It wasn't looking fun and cool enough. And then getting some teaching from our engineer Hanish here, I figured out our tools for the environment and played with it, and ended up with this grass over the ground with really nice contrast, and it just kind of tied everything else together from there.
Happy accidents, right?
Happy accidents.
Yeah. As far as the combat goes, sometimes making I'm going to keep using the word brawler, even though that's not what it is.
Yeah.
Making a fighting system like this can be difficult in just 2 dimensions. You also have the Z-axis, right? The fairy can also fly up. How did that affect as far as either level design or combat design, things like that, being able to fly around at will?
Yeah.
I can take that question.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so the idea for flying came first when we were developing the enemies, I think. I made the first 2 prototypes for the enemies. And I was like, a flying enemy would be very cool. And then we were like, oh, what if we were able to fly and then hit the enemies while they're in the air?
So she wasn't even meant to fly.
Oh, no, she wasn't even meant to fly. I think we started with we were determined that we wanted to do a melee system, so we just kept it grounded. But then we played around with the enemies, and then we were in the prototype phase, and then people said, oh, you know what, it might be cool to fly. So we were like, oh, let's try with the fly mechanic.
Man, those are always the best things that happen, right? Where you're like, oh, this wasn't something we were planning, and yet it's turned into the coolest thing around.
Yep.
You mentioned people mentioned that. Did you get a lot of feedback from either people within the team, or did you try and get other people's opinions? How did you get feedback from others, and how did you help that? In addition to very obviously like adding flight, how else did it influence the game?
I think most of the feedback that we got was from the playtest that we conducted during the capsule playtest that we had, and then I think a lot of people are just great fans of the genres of the game that we're making, and then we had like multiple possibilities when we were going into having mechanics for this player, because there's a lot of stuff that we can do. So we just took on ideas. There's some things that people like, some things that people didn't like. So we just balanced it out, and then this is what we landed on.
Fantastic. So for everybody at home, one of the previous teams mentioned it. In the Capstone class, there are a number of teams that are each developing their games, but then as part of the curriculum, there's inter-team playtests.
Yeah.
How many of those playtests are there?
Gosh, I don't even know off the top of my head.
Oh, that
like
many.
a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
so you're getting feedback not just from one or two people, you're getting feedback from a ton of people.
And a lot of people were very opinionated to the point that they couldn't fill out the questionnaire. We had to just take it verbally.
Okay.
But it was so useful.
Opinionated game developers, I've never heard of that before, so that must be something unique. What challenges did your team encounter when making a fast, VFX heavy, colorful fighter? I imagine that's going to come with its own heap of challenges, both probably foreseen and unforeseen.
Yep. From the art side of things, just visual read and feel, we really needed to have enough signifiers, like enough things giving you information about what's happening, feedback, and have it remain clear what is happening on screen at any time. And I'm sure for the engineers and the designers, they had their own challenges, if you want.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges that us as engineers we faced was we wanted a very great upgrade system. So there's like a bunch of abilities that the player can make use of. So the melee or the shooting just doesn't feel bland all the time. So they have different ways that they can approach the combat. So I think that was one. And then we obviously wanted a high volume of enemies in our scene. So just handling all of them just took a lot of trial and error, but I think we got to a sweet spot.
Did you have to worry about like optimization and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I think
so much going on?
Yeah, I think I was up at like 4 a.m. day before yesterday optimizing the game, so yeah, so it could handle 100 enemies at the end.
Oh,
but
it looks absolutely fantastic. For each of you, we would ask the person in the booth, but they don't have a headset on, so I'll just ask the two of you. What is your favorite part of the game?
I'm really happy with the way the colors balanced out in the end of the game. Like, everything is so gorgeous. It all works really well. Even the VFX for the enemies ends up feeling nice no matter where you're at in our map. And I feel like that was one of those happy accidents where I was like, I don't need to touch this. It just worked.
So it's like Neo at the end of the Matrix. You're just like, no. And then everything just, oh, that's awesome. What about you? What's your favorite part?
I think I just love the weapons, if I'm being honest. We have a mace, which does sort of a shockwave attack when you shoot at someone. And then I think that's just the best thing ever. You can do pretty cool stuff with that.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so if people want to be able to play Cradle of the Rift at home, actually, no. I have one other question. You mentioned first chapter of a much bigger story. Is the team going to stay together after the semester to make it further? Is one person on the team going to make a novelization of what happens?
We've discussed it a bit, and we're probably going to discuss it more. It sounds like we have a few really interested team members, and then a few others that want to go other directions.
Fantastic, fantastic. So people want to play Cradle of the Rift. Where can they find it?
We have it up on Steam right now.
Right now.
It is free to play, and it is going to stay that way, I think.
Okay, so go to Steam right now. Check it out. There's even a QR code on the screen. Cradle of the Rift, thank you both for joining me. We are going to cut to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have more of our undergraduate teams. So we'll see you all in just 1 second.
Thank you, Adam.
Here we are gathered to mourn the eternally departed. That was a trailer for Eternally Departed, and I have two members of the dev team here with me. Would you like to introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, and tell us what you did on Eternally Departed?
Yeah, I'm Ari. I'm the lead artist on Eternally Departed.
And I'm William, and I'm the lead designer of Eternally Departed.
And do we have anybody in the booth playing?
Yeah, we have one of our other very talented artists, Isaac.
Fantastic. All right, so pretty good trailer in that it makes you want more. I was joking with these guys beforehand. It says find matches. I thought it said find machetes, and I was like, this is going to be an awesome game.
Loop.
Let's go for that.
Funny, yeah.
So find matches and light candles. What is Eternally Departed?
So Eternally Departed is a anomaly-based horror game where, unlike traditional anomaly games where you just kind of do spot the difference and then do a different action, you are spotting the difference but also interacting with the overall world itself.
Could you explain, for people at home who are not familiar with the concept of an anomaly game, could you explain that?
Sure. So an anomaly game is, I'm sure everyone at home is familiar with the game I Spy. It's somewhat similar to that, just in a 3D environment, and it's a bit more like kind of a cross with like a spot the difference. Every time you go through the game, something will have changed, and you need to find that change and then mark it.
So when you're playtesting this, or is everybody sitting there with a pad of paper trying to write down what it is?
Someone did try that during playtesting. They took too long, and the big scary bad guy got them.
Okay, so there is a timed element.
Yes.
To it.
Yes.
All right. How did you? I mean, this is a pretty unique, not only gameplay loop, but just kind of vibe that the game puts off. Was it this way from the very beginning? Was it something that you all discovered through development?
Oh man, there was some
There was a
tumult.
lot. Yeah.
No, tell us, please.
So I'll go first.
Yeah.
And so from a design perspective of creating a horror game in general, it was like, do we do like a horror themed game where there's nothing kind of chasing after you, trying to get you and scare you? Or do we do a traditional horror game where something is out there trying to get you and scare you? And it was a lot of back and forth on that, and we eventually got onto the main bit of we need something to chase after the player and scare them, otherwise it's a horror themed game, but not like a horror game.
Sure.
Yeah, so it was really a battle between vibes versus actual threat.
Okay. So we've talked with other teams about, they have either games that serve as inspiration, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
When your team set out, was it just we want to make a horror game and then we'll find what kind of loop fits that? Or was it also from the outset of anomaly games are kind of interesting and kind of niche and unique? We want to explore that a little bit further.
A little bit of both. The initial inspiration for the game was the Exit 8, which is like your quintessential indie anomaly horror game. But we as a team thought we could do much better than that.
Because mainly the problem with Exit 8 was there was not a lot of interactability with it. It was like once you spot the anomaly, which could be easy or could be hard, you would have to double back and go back to the entrance, and then it would start a new level.
Yeah, so the loop was just kind of challenging for players to really understand.
Gotcha.
Initially. So we ended up taking a lot of inspiration instead from PT.
Okay.
Which, for those who don't know, was a game developed by the director of Metal Gear Solid. A little secret project he worked on. It was really cool.
Yeah, PT is, as a quick history lesson, it was a playable demo, not even a demo, but a playable vibe of a game.
It literally stood for playable trailer.
Yeah, and it no longer exists anymore. So the only people who have it are people who downloaded it during the window that it was available. So I think that's really, really cool, taking a inspiration from something that is in and of itself like lost media.
Yeah, and I mean, trust Kojima to do lost media right.
Right, exactly. It's almost as if that was the plan the entire time. So as you're making this game, how many people were on your team, and what did the breakdown look like as far as like disciplines?
So when we started off with 15 people, but due to some circumstances, we did have to go down to 14 for the rest of the semester. And it was broken down into a design team, an art team that was also split up into two disciplines, 2D art and 3D art, and then an engineering team, and then finally our production and also our
Sound design.
Sound.
Gotcha.
And also social media.
Yeah, the sound and production people kind of just did like everything else.
That also seems to be a theme that a lot of
Yeah.
the teams are saying here. So as you're making a game and you have your team that has different strengths, you mentioned 2D art and 3D art. Were there any challenges that you encountered, or any things that guided gameplay based off of what talents the team had or what talents the team lacked? Like, we didn't have a lighting person, which is why everything is dark. Is there anything like that came about?
Oh, the lighting was a schism.
we had like a major back and forth because originally we had just the room.
There
all
was
the
like
levels
no
were all
ambient
lighted.
light at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just all the torches that were shown at the very beginning of the game. They were all constantly lit no matter what. And it was really easy to see everything, but that took.
It made the game too easy.
It made the game too easy.
So we then took away all the light after the second loop, and now the player couldn't see anything at all. So we gave them a lantern, and it was, you could see like 2 feet in front of you. And finally, we settled on a very dim ambient light, which lets you sort of see across the room and what things are there, but you can't really get any detail out of it, which we were quite happy with.
Sure. And that also helps with, like, I think especially with horror experiences, things like lighting, things like audio, the things that you don't even necessarily think of at first are often the things that set the mood way more than anything else. Could you explain to us, we're watching the stream right now, what is happening right now in the game?
Yeah, so Isaac is looking around at various things that can change. See, he's got a bit of an advantage because he helped make the game, so he knows where things could go wrong. But he's looking around at where things could be changed, and seeing if something has changed from the last time he was in here. And then based on those changes, he can light a candle that's somewhere inside the room and say, okay, something's wrong here. And then he can try to go through the door.
And there's
our big scary knight, yeah.
So as far as you say, there are certain things that can go wrong. So in your gameplay, not everything in the entire world can
No,
change.
it's what is it, like 5 or 6 things per room, Will?
I decided on like 4 to 5 things per room that could change, mainly to cut down on overwhelming the player with too many things, and also trying to make sure that there's things that they can find easily enough without the worry of running out of time and causing the giant knight to spawn.
Yeah.
Like the old adventure games of the 90s where it's like, no, that floorboard is slightly different than it was last time.
We were very vehemently against moon logic in this game.
Yes,
so.
absolutely.
And we barely saw it, which was a giant table. We wanted things to be obvious to an extent, but there are some
as
other
you
things.
progress through the game, it will become increasingly subtle.
Okay. And so as far as this complete experience, if people are at home or playing it, should they expect a 5-minute experience? Should they expect a 5-hour experience?
Our target was 10 to 15 minutes. A standard playthrough tends to be around there. But we've seen people play this game about 20 minutes in a single playthrough before.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will say that if you are a completionist, I will tell you right now that if you want to fully find out the lore of this game and find out the Big Bad Knight's evil name, it will take more than just a single playthrough.
Okay. So dive into the lore, have a 15-20 minute long spooky experience. And so if someone wants to play Eternally Departed, where can they play it?
So we're on Twitch. Just twitch.io.
Itch.
Sorry, Itch. I'm tired. It's been long development. All right, sorry. We're on Itch at Eternally Departed, and we're coming soon to Steam.
Fantastic. Is there anything else that you'd like to say as we're wrapping up here? Anything else you want to give shout-outs to people? You want to give one more
I
plug
want to
to
shout out
anything?
Isaac because he might have made the game, helped us make the game, but it is very, very taxing to play through the game for 8 loops.
I want to shout out Lena. She's our sound designer, and she's done so many other things, and good lord.
And also shout out our producer Quentin.
Oh yeah, they have
trying to get
suffered
our
so much.
game on Steam. Yeah,
That sounds like a team that has been through the ringer, and has come out stronger because of it, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So go to itch right now, go to Steam in a little bit to play Eternally Departed. Otherwise, thank you both very, very much. We're going to have another trailer for another one of our Capstone games coming up right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
This is gonna sound crazy, but this hotel isn't as simple as you think. It can move. In the past 6 months, I haven't walked a single path I once did.
All right, so that was Cleaning House, a trailer that, again, I don't like spooky stuff, and that just seems to be the theme this year. That actually seems to be the theme every year, and I don't know if it's because of just like the zeitgeist of what's going on in the world, or if people are specifically making things to scare me. I'm not quite sure, but I do have one of the development team with me on the couch. Would you like to introduce yourself and what you did on Cleaning House?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Maddie Behunin. I handled the production, the scheduling, and the paperwork.
For just so everyone at home knows, producers, everyone in game development is important. Everyone in game development is awesome. Producers are some of the unsung heroes because they're the ones, they are the glue, they are the traffic cops that hold everything together. So Maddie, tell us in your words, what is Cleaning House?
So it is a first-person roguelike boomer shooter, I'd say. It has a little bit of the horror aesthetic, but it's not scary as much as it is action-y and go, go, go.
So we're going more into spooky territory, not scary territory. All right, fantastic. And so that is a big blend of genres there. How is it that you came up with that as a team?
So I know that our artists wanted to work on something that was darker in vibe, but our designers wanted something that was raucous and exciting. And
that's a fine line to walk.
Yes. So we tried, we figured roguelike is something that's very scalable, so you can obviously have something that's very small and simple.
You say it's not scary, and then this happens, and I don't believe you. Anyway, sorry, I apologize.
No, it's okay. The critters are scary, but they're not. I mean, he's a little floppy. I don't know. I like our butler guy. But it's very, like... So, you know, with Resident Evil, it's very scary when it's, like, not...
Yes.
When you don't have the power.
Yes.
But this is all power all the time. You always have stuff you can be doing. You can swing your axe. You get a gun at some point. I think you usually buy it, but, you know.
And so I also forgot to mention, someone in the booth is playing this. Do you want to give a shout out to them real quickly?
Oh, yes, that's Keita. He's our lead designer, or artist. Can I say words right? Lead engineer.
Artist, designer, engineer. We'll get there eventually. It's fine.
We did have a lead for all of them, but he's our lead engineer, long-suffering, and basically covered every bug.
So how does the game like this get made? It starts with an inspiration. Was Resident Evil the inspiration? Like, how did it go from there to where we are now? And was it always aiming in this direction? Did it change during development?
So we started with Sulphur as a reference game, which is a roguelike shooter. We just overlaid the spookier aspects, kind of, because again, our artists really wanted to work on something dark with a lot of texture, but kind of like PS1, PS2 kind of graphic.
Yeah. Keeping it simple.
Yes.
That actually has been a trend. I think every year for the past couple years, there's been one or two teams that have been wanting to do the old PS1 throwbacks. So tell me about your team. How many people were on it? What was the breakdown as far as disciplines?
Yeah, so there was 16 people on our team. We had 4 engineers. One of them specialized in VFX. We had 7 artists.
Dang.
most of them were dedicated to rigging and animation, which is why most games tends to be limited to like 1 or 2 enemies, because enemies are some of the like hardest things to get all of the assets for and the animations for and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
But we were fortunate enough to get 2 plus a boss. So, and then we had 1 sound guy. I don't know if you hear this music, but it's fantastic. That's Robbie. And then 3 designers. 2 level designers, one of them took on combat design roles as well, and then one of them is a narrative designer.
Okay. So something that can happen a lot, especially on I mean, it happens on all teams, but I think it happens on student teams a lot because they're just so dang passionate about everything, is that sometimes there can be, if not friction, there can at least be oh no, we have all these either great ideas or great directions we want to head, things like that. How does the decision-making process happen on a team like that in order to actually be able to end up with a final product?
A lot of the time, it's me being the bad guy, actually.
Okay, now that's what producers have to do.
You know, I specifically, like, there were a lot of design ideas initially. So this is set in a hotel, but we were going to have like 4 different settings.
Okay.
So the hotel, and then like an underground, like kind of swampy, like sewer kind of setting. And then we decided, no, that's not going to work out. And so we tried to narrow it just to the hotel. So we have just the hotel. But then it was like, okay, do we want big rooms or little rooms? And we had lots of different ideas for that. And it's like, I think part of why roguelikes are so nice for making for like early dev projects is because, again, they're very scalable. So you can have as many levels as you want and as little levels as you want. So for, we actually built a separate build specifically for launch.
Okay.
That only has 2 levels, whereas the Steam release has 5.
Right.
And so you can play a lot longer before you get to see this boss, but for this, we wanted it to be more bite-sized.
Absolutely.
So that people could, you know, see all the other games too.
So you've mentioned the phrase roguelike a couple times.
Yes.
And that can mean different things to different people. What are the roguelike elements to you that like the strongest pulls of those in your game?
So it is run-based. So like if you die, you lose everything. I don't know if you see in the bottom there, there's a bunch of buffs on the bottom left.
Absolutely, yeah.
And your buffs are scalable, and if you return back to the lobby, the kind of safe zone, you will lose those buffs as well.
Okay.
You get to pick which buffs that you get if you like at the end of a room, and that's very roguelike to me too.
Okay.
Oh
we
no,
were so close.
That was so close.
The boss. Oh man. I was wondering if we were going to be able to see it before it happened, but it's okay because that's only a small fraction of what's available. If people wanted to be able to check out Cleaning House, also the name Cleaning House, where does that come from?
Oh, okay. So we were trying to come up with a name, and actually, narratively, our main character is a janitor at a hotel, and so we had a vote, and Cleaning House went out because it's a pun. You know,
I love it. I am here for puns. Absolutely. That is fantastic. So if people wanted to play Cleaning House for themselves, how do they go about finding it?
So we are already available on Steam.
Right now?
Yeah, we've been on Steam for about a month now.
Oh, dang. With that bigger version?
Yes.
Okay. So you can hop to Steam right now. You can look for Cleaning House, and you too can experience the fast-paced, frenetic, spooky, not scary adventures of a janitor.
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Maddie, for being with us. What we're going to do is we're going to cut to a quick break, and then we'll be back, and we have just a few more capstone games before we wrap up our next segment. So we'll see you all in just a bit with some more games. All right, Gloctopus. The name alone makes me want to stop this stream so I can go to the Steam right now and just start playing it. That was Gloctopus. We have two members of the dev team here with us. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Tell us what you did on Gloctopus.
Absolutely. My name is Joey Edmonds. I was the producer and art director for Gloctopus.
And I'm Ray Sarlot. I was lead designer and assistant producer on Gloctopus.
All right, and then we have someone in the booth playing as well.
Yes, we have Aiden McGonigal. He was one of our lead engineers on the project.
All right, so Gloctopus. Again, that's one of those, that's like a beautifully written thing because it kind of tells you everything you need to know. But for those who maybe can't extrapolate data too well, what is Gloctopus?
Yeah, so Gloctopus is a comedic 3D puzzle shooter revolving around an octopus with a gun escaping its aquarium.
All right, and where does an idea like that come from?
So originally we weren't even going to have a gun. And it came from...
Was it still going to be called Gloctopus?
It was not.
Okay.
Originally...
Because that would be promising something that you couldn't deliver.
The original concept was still pun-based. And it was originally supposed to be called Octogon.
Oh my gosh, that's so beautiful. I love that so much.
And when in kind of conception and proofing the idea, we went to our professor, Greg, shout out Greg, and said, what if we gave him a gun? And he laughed so hard that we had to give him a gun.
There was a capstone game a number of years ago called Revenge of the Killer Octopus that was an octopus with 8 guns. So it seems the octopus gun genre is unique. It's starting here. It's going to take the world by storm. What games or other media did you pull inspiration from?
Yeah, our original reference game was Untitled Goose Game. We wanted to go through a sort of comedic puzzle design and we were really enraptured by the cell shader aspect of Untitled Goose Game, and we really wanted to put that into our game and then just up the chaos and the just fun through fun puzzles, the gun, using specific tools to just build on that experience.
Okay. Did you get any inspiration from, what was his name? Was it Frank from Finding Dory? the grumpy octopus who was always trying to escape?
Our animator used a lot of the reference material from Finding Dory that the Pixar animators used, especially when it came to rigging and animating our octopus. That's about where the line ends.
I love this so much. I'm just watching him catch a ride on a stingray. So something that was really interesting that I noticed in the trailer, this is the first one this year that we've come across, multiplayer.
Yes.
That is the scariest thing in the entire world. How did that decision come about?
Honestly, we just have a really, really amazing engineering team on this project, and I'm so thankful for all of them. And quite literally, day one, our other lead engineer, Thomas, said, oh yeah, I can do multiplayer, I can set it up in 15 minutes. And
Famous last words.
And I mean, it did get set up in 15 minutes and then continued to be a pain in our neck for the entirety of the next 8 months. But
Untitled Geese game, I guess.
yeah.
Is that what that would
Well,
be?
Untitled Goose Game does have multiplayer
That's
co-op.
true, yeah.
And that was another part like that we drew from that initial game. But I think as our design mentality changed for multiplayer, we started drawing from other multiplayer games that have kind of that same chaotic multiplayer essence. And like I've heard people kind of compare it to things like Portal 2 and It Takes Two and things like that. In terms of just screwing over your friends, and
because if you're not doing that, why are you playing?
Exactly. It's. I think this year the term friend slop has come about quite a bit,
Sure.
and we're aiming for friend slop-esque multiplayer.
Yes.
The new genre, French slop-esque. So if you're making an entirely single-player game, you can do it. Not you, the proverbial you.
Yeah.
If you're making an entire multiplayer game, you can do that. In my experience, one of the hardest things to do is to make a single-player game that can also be a multiplayer game. Tell me about the challenges that you inevitably faced as far as making that.
Design-wise, we wanted to approach it first from a single-player perspective because that's the main section of our game. The main issues when we were transferring over is to make sure that there are enough interest points where multiple players could be doing things at the same time. And then on the technical side of that, replication issues came up all over the place, but thankfully so shocking. We were thankfully able to work through that. Our amazing engineers, Aiden and Thomas, locked in on that and completely blew us away. I'm so impressed with everything that they've done. From a design point of view, originally it was just me doing all the level design stuff, and that was a lot. Thankfully, we were able to, in the second half of development, really split up that design work. A bunch of engineers helped me out, our other designer helped me out, and it ended up becoming a really amazing experience. And it's just about trying to convert those single player experiences that are fun into interest points where multiple players can be having fun at the same time
and don't feel tacked on.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, that's a tough one. So you mentioned, I got a lot of help, engineers stepping in, everything like that. It sounds like your team gelled really well. It sounded like you team got together. Did you have any how do you foster a positive environment especially when it's grades are involved and schedules are involved and everything like that?
Yeah, I think that's always the question for every producer, no matter, what level. I think honesty and clarity go a long, long way when it comes to a lot of that stuff, and integrating fun into your workspace. Over spring break, I made a bunch of random emotes for our Discord server, and it's it's a feature, and and little emotes with our octopus and stuff like that, and that just little tiny bits of fun that kind of break up the hell that we have to experience as developers go a long way.
I imagine in an environment like that, the biggest challenges, or at least some of the biggest challenges, are not choosing between a bad idea and a good idea. It's choosing between a good idea and a good idea.
Yeah.
Did you have any sort of problem-solving things that really you found worked really well for your team, or how did you avoid or resolve conflict?
I think making sure everyone feels listened to is always the biggest thing. Even if ideas, can't be done for XYZ, making sure that those ideas, are still heard. And majority of the team has agreed to stay on for the next little bit, so we'll put out a little bit more content.
That's so that'll be 2 Glock, 2 Puss.
Something like that, but mostly just some polish, debug, things like that.
Fantastic.
And it allows us more time to revisit people's shelves ideas and possibly re-implement them.
I mean, stretch goals are awesome, right?
Yeah.
If people wanted to experience the glory of an armed octopus, there are so many puns that are just available here. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm hitting above my weight class here. If someone wanted to go play Gloctopus at home, how could they find it?
Absolutely. We are Gloctopus, GLOCK Topus on Steam.
We have to be specific.
There's another Gloctopus on Steam that's a completely different game.
Is there really?
Yeah.
And it was released while we were in development,
Yeah.
so that was super fun for us to be like, okay, well, it's spelled differently. Thankfully, we can get by this.
Yeah.
So make sure you add the K. That's the difference.
add the CK and you'll be good. You'll find our game.
All right, Gloctopus with a CK available on Steam. Thank you both for joining me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Adam.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to have another trailer. Are there guns? Maybe. Are there octopuses? Maybe. Let's find out.
You made it there? How'd you manage to make it through all those clankers?
All right, that was Clanker Cleanup. There's a lot of alliteration going on with our games this year. A lot of them have similar starting letters, which I think is fantastic. I have 3 members of the dev team here on the couch with me. Would you like to all introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, and what you did on Clanker Cleanup?
Yeah, hello, my name is Charlie Sinclair. I am the producer here on Team Lock TFN, and I produce Clanker Cleanup. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Molly. I've done a lot of the art on the game. I did the concept art and animations for all of the enemies, and I've also done some texture work and other animations as well. Yep.
I'm Max. I'm one of the 3D artists on our team, and I'm also the narrative designer. Yeah.
That's an interesting overlapping skill set. I like that a lot. Do you have anybody in the booth playing for us today?
Oh, yeah. We have Chris playing for us today. He's one of our designers.
Okay, fantastic. So, everybody saw the trailer at home, but tell us, what is Clanker Cleanup?
So, Clanker Cleanup is a 2.5D it's a 2.5D stealth boomer shooter. We pretty much kind of combine those two genres together to kind of get a really unique feel. And effectively, all you do, everything in the game is a weapon. So we kind of wanted to really emphasize those scrappy Rambo style fights as you play the game, where you don't have a weapon wheel. Everything you just find in the world is effectively a pickup that you have to grab in order to use to defeat your enemies. And pretty much it's the robot revolution. I don't want to take any gas out of Max when he talks about the narrative, but you're here to shut down the robot revolution and take out the clankers that took your job.
So you fight the robots with everything around you.
Exactly.
Love it. Absolutely love it. For those people at home who may not be familiar, this is actually the second or third game where people have used the phrase boomer shooter. Could you explain that just really quickly and how that applies to your game?
Yeah, sure. Max, do you want to maybe take that over?
I mean, for the most part, a boomer shooter usually is something more in the style of classic Doom, so more like Doom 1, Doom 2. Usually they rely more on weapons that don't really reload or don't have some of the more realistic, you could say, mechanics for a modern shooter like COD.
So but instead of guns, I mean, there is a gun, but you also have microwaves and you also have things like that.
Exactly, yeah. You're basically fighting with everything you can find in the environment.
Can you pick up a vending machine?
Unfortunately, that's a little too heavy for our character to lift up.
Was there discussion about that during the dev process?
What I do remember is that maybe, hey, let's make the vending machines interactable to drop a soda can, but what we realized is there's going to be a lot of vending machines in the environment, and it would be very easy to cheese the game, if you will, by simply having kicking a vending machine and getting a health pickup. So
Sure.
we were like, let's be a little more conservative with the amount of health pickups we're giving the player.
Right.
We remember this a little differently, Charlie. I remember having to make like this whole document being like, what, like, how heavy is X thing compared to the player? Like, what can you throw? Yeah. It was like this whole thing. Every single item in the game, I was like, "Oh my god, just run it through this. Stop asking me about this."
Yeah. So you guys have a really cool kind of like comic book style going on here. How did that art style get developed?
I mean, kind of like a lot of the games we were referencing off of sort of have a similar kind of comic book feel, and we kind of just wanted to do something that was kind of like unique and eye-catching, action-packed, but still kind of communicated that the game doesn't take itself too seriously. It's kind of satirical. And we have a really, really good mix of 2D and 3D artists on the team. And I can't really speak for everybody else on the team, but when I first kind of saw the lineup with everybody's skill sets, I thought like, we can do something really, really cool with this. And so, yeah, we decided to kind of go for that 2.5D feel with the animations for the enemies and pickups being 2D.
I think that's something that, at least from the teams that we've spoken with this year, that's something that teams are focusing on more this year than I think ever before, is we have these strengths as a team. How can we design around those strengths?
Absolutely.
Rather than we have the thing we want to design, can we gain the strength to design it?
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
So, Charlie, at the very beginning, you mentioned stealth boomer shooter.
Correct.
Kind of two very disparate genres. How did that come about? How do you go about making a game that can be approached either stealthily or just guns blazing?
I think the answer to that, and kind of talk to the designers about this, kind of constantly as a producer, kind of understand what the game design is, so I can relate that to the engineers, is player agency and sandbox were really kind of like the big two things we kind of focused on. Being able to have like the idea was more of a hypermobile stealth game. How do we kind of create a stealth game that kind of felt different? Because like when we started talking about this game idea, we didn't really start our reference game, because we all had to pick reference games to start off with. Our reference game was Fallen Aces.
Okay.
And it was kind of that similar style of it's a 2.5D comic style game where pretty much you can you can interact with anything, and there's like a lot of player agency in how they want to engage with an objective, and we just kind of wanted to make that like a lot more fast paced with a lot more movement. So really, like, the way that we kind of figured out how to do it and handle it was a lot of player agency, and letting the player be able to just interact with anything and being able to figure out how to engage any objective.
Very, very cool. That can be dangerous, right? Because if you want the player to be able to do everything, sometimes they can't do anything because you've put too few constraints out there. I'm noticing, and again, we mentioned the art style earlier. It looks like the animation for the robots, they're 2D animated.
Yes.
But you're integrating that into a 3D world. So are the animations just strapped on front of a front-facing sprite, or like how is the process of integrating this 2D and this 3D?
Yeah, so we used a plugin in Unreal called Paper ZD. So essentially, it's kind of just like an image plane sprite.
Yep.
That is kind of materialized into this 3D world. And it was kind of fun to try and figure out. It was kind of like a puzzle trying to figure out, how is this going to look right? Especially because like if an enemy is kind of like lunging at you with a knife, how is it really going to look when it's 2D? And I was a little nervous about that, but I think it turned out pretty well. And I think it's just a lot of, kind of visual tricks, and kind of playing around with like shading and foreshortening and all those kinds of things. It was a really fun challenge. Yeah.
I love that you say that. For everybody at home, I imagine a lot of people watching at home are game developers, but for those who are not, game developers cheat all the time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
every second they are saving time, they're saving effort. Really quickly, I did want to mention, so you mentioned right at the beginning, Robot Uprising. Mm-hmm. Is that prophecy of the future? How did that come to be as far as the chosen theme?
Well, so we were kind of just throwing around ideas, and we were kind of like trying to figure out what we wanted to do differently. A lot of it really just came down to us like throwing out ideas, and we were like, what if we played as a janitor who got replaced by a Roomba? What do we do with this? So a lot of the ideas for the narrative, at least, are sort of just related to it was me translating a lot of the like funny stuff that we came up with when we were just throwing ideas around into something that could be communicated.
Mhm.
And I think what turned out, I'm pretty happy with.
So none of your team has lost a job to a robot, and this is like your like vendetta letter to the
Yes.
public. Okay, gotcha. So if someone wants to play Clanker Cleanup, those CLs are really tough. If someone wants to play that at home, how can they find it?
Well, we have two options. So Itch is live right now. They can also wishlist right now on Steam. We're still waiting on Steam approval. But right now we are live on itch.io. If you can find it, Clanker Cleanup. You can also find Clanker Cleanup on Steam. We're currently on wishlist again. We just gotta wait for Steam approval, but as soon as it's approved, you'll be able to play from there.
Okay, so if you want to play it on itch, you can go right now. You want to play it on Steam, you can play it in just a little bit. Thank you all for joining me. Another game where we're exploring the adventures of a janitor who's getting revenge on stuff. Love it. Thanks for joining me. For everybody at home, that is actually the end of our first batch of undergraduate games. So what we are going to do is, from now on, we are going to go for the next little bit, and we're going to check out some of our graduate games, both year-long games like the capstone students have been doing, as well as alternative controller games that are played with things that are not a controller or not a phone. So we'll cut out to a quick break, and then when we get back, we'll check out what the graduates have been doing this entire time. Welcome back, my friends. Welcome back to Utah Games Launch 2026, the premier student game showcase in the state of Utah, in the country, nay, the world. We just spent the past little bit looking at a bunch of our capstone games, which are games that were created by our undergraduates. And now we're going to switch gears a little bit because as Michael said at the beginning, we have an undergraduate degree and a graduate degree. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at some of our graduate games. I have two very special guests on the couch today. We have Ryan Bound and Corinne Lewis. Would you like to introduce yourselves and tell us what you do and tell us what we're in store for?
Sure. So I'm Ryan Bound. I'm a professor in games, and I am one of 3 instructors, along with Cassidy and Craig, that work with their grad students during the second semesters in Game Studio, and we focus on alternate controllers. So these are unique experiences where students will build hardware and software that's basically not a keyboard and mouse or a gamepad. They're traditional thing you're used to interacting with. So these are unique experiences where it's really about the spectacle and the invitation to play that you would see like at a live event or a festival. We focus on creativity, imagination and problem solving. These are things that lead to their more traditional experiences later on. But here they can take a really high risk and make something nobody's ever seen or played before.
Love it. And Corinne?
So I'm Corinne Lewis. I'm an associate professor lecturer here. I'm also the assistant department chair, but really I get to be a teacher and teach people how to make video games, so that's really cool. So Ryan teaches, our graduate program has 2 years, and in the very first year they take 2 classes with Ryan. The first one is rapid prototyping. The second one is this alternative controllers he just mentioned. And then the final year that they're coming in, they have a whole year-long project, and that's the class that I teach. And this year I got to teach with Michael, but we switch faculty pretty regularly.
And so as the students are making these games for this entire year, how are they choosing their own games? Are they choosing their own teams? How is that actually development process happening?
So we have tried every possible thing other than we never have assigned topics or anything like that. But it depends on the year, but mostly they form a team. At least this is what happened this year. They formed a team and then they pitched to each other inside their teams after they had a meeting to figure out, what all of their skill sets. So they really tried hard to make games that were going to utilize all of the skills that the people on that specific team had. So we have 5 really very, very different games, and like I said before, they're all owned by those students, and they chose to make those games together.
That is fascinating. So just like at Capstone, it's a year-long project, 2 semesters where they get to do from beginning to finish. As Ryan said, alternative controller, 1 semester long, with the additional challenge of actually making a controller. The graduate lab is the best thing in the world when this is happening because there are table saws and hamster balls and lumber like you wouldn't believe, and it's great seeing computer nerds trying to actually make physical things.
We need more electrical engineers.
We need more electrical engineers. So right now, over the next little bit, we are actually going to alternate between alternative controller and graduate games. So with our alternative controller games, we'll have a roving reporter. You'll know what they are because they will be not sitting here on the couch with a gamepad or a keyboard and mouse. And then we'll also trade those off with the graduate games. So we'll go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with our with our graduate student showcase.
Descendants of stone, hear our cries. Avenger King.
That was a trailer for Heavy Metal brought to you by Steel Beat Studios. Heavy Metal is a rhythm-based fire forging game. I got some of the developers of Heavy Metal here, Steel 4 Studios. Why don't you guys introduce yourself for us really quick?
Hello, I'm Nick. I am a technical producer on Heavy Metal.
My name is Parker, and I'm a designer on Heavy Metal.
My name's Dallin. I'm a gameplay and audio programmer.
Thank you guys for being here with us. It's incredible to have you guys here and have your incredible game here as well. Why don't you tell us a bit about the game? What do we have going on behind us?
Yeah, so Heavy Metal is a rhythm game where you are forging an axe to kill a lich. And you play as kind of two dwarves who have to work together, each taking one half of the forging process for yourself. And together, only you can kill the lich.
Yeah. I don't know if it's coming through on camera just how loud this game is. It is a music-based rhythm game, but the majority of the sound is coming from this controller that you guys have. But let's talk about the controller. What do we have going on? I see a big hammer and an axe.
Yeah, so the controller is essentially comes in two parts. There's the hammer part and there's the iron billet part. And so the billet inside of it has two load cells, which sends pressure from either the hammer or slamming the billet onto the ground, or the iron, I should say. And the hammer doesn't have anything in it, but it does hit really hard, and that's its main purpose.
How has the controller changed over the development? Because it's pretty big, it's heavy. Was this the idea going into it?
The original design has changed a lot. We kind of went for a incremental approach when designing this. This is our 7th iteration. We started with, like cardboard, and then we went to wood, realized it was heavy, and kind of found a nice balance. And it was a little off balance here and there. We had to kind of fix that, and yeah, and now we really like the iteration we have now.
There you go. All right, all control. Have the ultimate control, but this is also a music game. How has the audio developed? What has the audio development process been like for creating an incredibly good soundtrack?
So for the music, one of our technical artists is actually having a guitarist. I also have a background in film stories, so they just work together to write a song that narrative. And I think it's just really fun. Also, I want to shout out Devin Maxwell from Westminster University for helping us mix the song.
How does the audio sync up with the game?
So it's a MIDI parsing system that allows us to spawn in the notes based off of that MIDI data, which means that the designers can actually design the level with like songwriting in mind, which is pretty cool. The other thing we did is we used Wise as our audio engine, and Wise broadcasts triggers that we use for animation and for flashing and various things to sync things up.
That's incredible. A game of this caliber, it's incredibly well put together. I want to give you guys props for that. How does the team dynamic come together on something like that? Because you got a big team here. It's just not just you three guys, but how does the team come together on a title like this?
Our team dynamic has changed a lot and evolved over time. We started with 8 and evolved into 15. And really had 2 important questions when we first started this for our entire team that really kind of put everything together is why did you join Heavy Metal? And more specifically, what do you want to work on in Heavy Metal? And we tried to keep that at the forefront of everyone's work schedule as a primary focus. Obviously, multidisciplinary people, we have to jump into different categories, but ultimately we kept that as the core of this person wanted to work on this, that's what they worked on, and it kept everyone related and doing the right direction.
Always have a team together. This is a very visual game as well. Obviously, you guys see when to hit stuff on beat. How has the visual aspects and the design of the game changed over the course of development?
I can quickly talk about the art direction. The art was originally inspired by heavy metal posters and fantasy posters, and we took a quick check on all of our artists' skill sets to really work them into the game. So we had a lot of hard surface modelers, and then we had some people who worked well in cell shading. So we combined those two avenues for a fun kind of stylized look. As for the design, I'll have Parker talk a little about that.
Yeah, so the design of heavy metal has gone through a lot of iterations. I think when people think rhythm games, a lot of times they think about Rock Band. And so initially that's kind of where we went, which is this kind of static forging section. But I think later on we realized we had the capability to do a lot more than that. And so kind of with help with artists, we took a lot of inspiration from a game called Thumper. And that really let us open up our horizons and go through a world, go through an area, and kind of tell a lot more of a story than just sitting in one area taking notes.
This is an incredible game that you guys have. What are some of the challenges that you guys came up with during development? You mentioned earlier, one of you mentioned earlier, that you started out with a team of 8 that graduated to a team of 15. What sort of challenges have come up from working with such a large team and such an incredible game?
It kind of goes back to that team dynamic question of we just kept everyone as motivated as we could throughout the entire development. We're all good friends, so we constantly work together collaboratively, and that kind of creates this good sense of unity across teams. But there are some challenges we ran into that I'll have.
Yeah, it turns out hardware is really difficult, especially our game. So there was like the durability aspect. Like mentioned before, we went through like 7 iterations of the controller. But also the electronics part required a good deal of signal processing. Oftentimes when we were hitting it super hard, the signal was lost. So I'd say that the biggest challenge for me, I think, was electronics.
Yeah, on the design side, I think the biggest problem was getting everything to work together. I think that's the ultimate problem with a rhythm game is the level has to work with the music, and the technology has to work with the music, and the hardware has to work with the music. And so getting all of that cohesion, I think, was really, really tricky, but I think we did it.
Well, you got the cohesion in the end. It all came together, and you have an incredible game here with us. Final thing, what's your guys' favorite part about this development process? What's your favorite part about your game? You can say the music, you can say, smashing something as hard as you can with a hammer. What's your guys' favorite part of this?
Going back to that, those comments on team dynamic, this team was so much fun to work with. Everyone's so passionate, so talented, and we really prioritized people working on things that they wanted to work on, which I think really contributes to a great team dynamic.
Of course, we love the music as well. It was all made in-house by our team, and we're so excited about it. And I'm right there with Dallin. The team's passion was unfathomable. It was there's just so much passion, and every day coming in, regardless if we were tired or well rested, we just were excited to work on it, and it was really fun.
Undeniably, I think my enjoyment of this game hinges on its likeness to dancing. I think that rhythm games as a whole kind of express that to the best degree, and they kind of get you in that flow state. And I think the privilege of this game, right, is you get to do it physically. It's like it's an alt controller, and so more than any game you could play on the computer, this one really feels like you're dancing, and that's what I really love about it.
Well, thank you guys so much. You guys have an incredible game here. If any of you guys watching want to come check out the games here, come on down to Building 72. We're going to be here all day. Check out any of the games we have here. We'll be back with some more.
All right, welcome back. Excuse me, welcome back, my friends. We saw Heavy Metal, and then we just saw the trailer for Mulligan Keep. I have two of the dev team here with me on the couch. Would you two like to introduce yourselves as well as tell us what you did on Mulligan Keep?
Yeah, I'm Charles Tyndall. I'm the technical producer on Mulligan Keep, so I handled a lot of the design as well as working in engine on a lot of like VFX and the general implementation of a lot of our systems.
And I'm Omar Wallace. I was the art producer and kind of logistics guy for most of the back-end business stuff that we had to go through. So it was really lots of pipelines, lots of documentation, and lots of talking to artists.
Lots of documentation. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have anybody in the booth playing?
Yes, we have two people playing in the booth right now. We have Garrett Olson and Brian Boselli. And they're going to be playing our game. It's up to 4 players, but right now we're just going to be showcasing it with 2.
Gotcha. All right, so we can obviously infer a lot from the trailer, especially because it told us you and up to 3 friends can do this. But in your words, tell us about Mulligan's Keep. Mulligan Keep, excuse me, not Mulligan's Keep.
Yeah, so Mulligan Keep is a deck builder adventure game where you and up to 3 other people are going to be exploring in a dungeon and trying to find an artifact and get out. So that's the core of the game experience. How you interact with the dungeon while you're in it is through your cards. So each player will build up a deck of cards that you will use as your abilities and your ways to interact with the dungeon.
So unlock door is a card.
Exactly.
Okay.
So as you would gather a key to be able to open the door, or here you can see they have that one which was spreading some treasure and gems throughout the dungeon. So as they're exploring, they'll be finding treasure and gems on the ground, which they would be able to then use to buy new cards to go deeper into the dungeon.
Very, very cool. So deck builders are kind of the hot button right about now. Everybody is coming up with some really, really cool ideas to wrap around that. How did your team, was this where you started at? Did this come about through iteration?
A little bit of both. The core idea of the game came from a game that's called Decked Out. It's a game inside of Minecraft that someone had made where you were delving into a dungeon, getting an artifact, and getting out, and cards would play and you would react to those to be able to go into the dungeon. And we took that and tried to expand it and find the things that would be limited by Minecraft and how we could make it better. So we made it so that it was more interactive with the cards where you're actively playing them. And you can have more agency about how you want to use those. But also, we designed it where it was around multiplayer and multiple classes, so that as you're doing that, you can have like a player fantasy.
Online multiplayer, co-op, or couch co-op multiplayer?
It is peer-to-peer online multiplayer.
That sounds terrifying. So
terrifying.
So how did that come about? Because obviously, as soon as the word multiplayer comes up, you have to start weighing like, okay, what are the costs versus what are the benefits? How did you land on that?
Well, okay, so the multiplayer had to happen. In my opinion, we needed to do the multiplayer to make sure that this was fun and different, not just fun. And so we kind of landed on being able to do this as an idea because of Hirsch, one of our engineers. He's kind of a networking specialist. So he was able to get it up and running for testing very quickly and kind of spent the last 2 or 3 months kind of bug fixing it and going through that. And we ended up landing on peer-to-peer because it's the simplest solution to getting people into the same game.
Sure. Makes total sense.
Yeah, and it helps with after, because it's a student game, after we're all done with it, we don't have to worry about server maintenance or anything because players can at any time just download the game and play with their friends. But it was also important because it makes it so that we can manage our own voice chat, because within our game we have proximity chat, as is kind of customary for games in this genre of those multiplayer pick-up, put-down kind of party games.
Mm-hmm.
And so we designed around that. And so peer-to-peer works really well for that exact experience.
So did you ever harken the spirit of the 90s and have everyone bring their computers into a room and have a LAN party at 2 a.m?
Pretty much.
Technically yesterday?
Yeah. No, a lot of that is how we initially were able to start. And so we had both local, like, networked multiplayer, as well as, and like using a server as one of the computers there. But then we also had tried out split screen multiplayer, which we were mostly doing as a workaround for now,
Sure.
but not really something that we wanted to ship with, because with all of the cards and the UI, it would be messy and wouldn't be an ideal experience.
For sure. So tell us about the team. There's the two of you, two people in the booth. How many people were on the team, and what was everyone's roles? What was everyone's discipline?
It was 15 to start with, and
Yeah.
we're at 19 now.
Okay.
Through back-end contracts with like the C16s and a musician friend that we have, and there's a pretty even split between just art and then design engineering. We got 3 engineers, 2 designers, and then a smattering of tech artists and game artists.
A smattering. I love that. Like, that's the term of Venery. You have like a parliament of owls and a smattering of artists.
Yeah, and it was really important with that because since we are doing a deck builder, but it is a 3D game and it's a first-person game, both mixing 2D and 3D were incredibly important.
I was going to ask about that.
Yeah, so we had 70 different card designs in our game. And so for each of those, we had to go through the iteration of concepting and like first finalizing like the art style that we want to go with, and then concepting out and then finalizing every single card of those. And so our 2D team was very busy, but we were just we had 2 very, very talented 2D artists. So one of them did all of the cards, and then one of them did everything else. So all of the UI elements and any concepting for the characters and all of that. And so it was really, really nice to have such a powerful 2D team,
And
even
don't
on a 3D
forget,
game.
one person doing all the textures.
Yes.
We had them all, basically we had our 3 game artists split into their comfortable disciplines so that we could get the best work out of them. But at the same time, it then meant we had to build the entire schedule around, hey, one person is doing all of this one thing. They need both time and space.
It's almost like we watched a documentary where that exact same thing
Yeah.
happened. So I would imagine the networking stuff would be the biggest challenge. Whether or not it was, ignoring that, what were some of the challenges that you faced while making this game and having your team grow partway through?
Yeah, with as you mentioned, networking is obviously probably the overall largest issue, but it's more so in how it feeds into everything. So as we would be designing things and we would make an experience for 1 or 2 players what felt good, then we would get back to playing with 4 players or playing like a different sizes of groups would dramatically change how the design of these things would feel.
Sure.
And so we constantly were having to iterate in making sure that the game felt good for everybody that would be playing it and any group size.
Incredibly important for me that single player was in it. Not that I have no friends, but it's just you know what? On a Sunday night, I like to play things by myself. I spend all week talking to people, and sometimes they're just like doing things on my own. And so being able to run through this single player has been so much fun.
So that's actually an important thing, right? Because I was talking with another one of the capstone teams, and if you design purely multiplayer, it's easy. Design purely single player, it's easy. It's the mixing that usually one of them feels more fun than the other.
Yeah, and by nature of it, I feel like our multiplayer feels more fun than our single player.
Yeah.
But we do have people on the team, such as Omar, that actually prefers to play it in single player. And we've balanced it enough where it is, like there are certain people with those preferences, which feels very gratifying to have reached.
For sure. I had so many more questions about the art and everything like that, but we're unfortunately running out of time. If people want to play it at home, where can they find it?
Yeah, we're launching on Steam on May 15th. And so it'll be free to play on Steam. And we're seeing if we can finalize our build for Switch, but it's looking unlikely with the time that we have left.
Okay. So remember, it's Mulligan Keep, not Mulligan's Keep. It's going to be available on Steam in under a month. Thank you both for joining me. Thanks for sharing your game with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. We are going to cut right now to another trailer from another graduate team. So let's see what they have in store for us.
I'm getting dizzy just watching that. That's Off Balance from Galactic Toy Studios. My apologies. I'm here with the team from Galactic Toy Studios. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves really quick?
Hey, my name is Ritvik. I'm the game engineer on this game. I'm one of the game engineers on this game, and I was responsible for the hardware part of it. And yeah, I think that's pretty much about me.
Hello, my name is Kedar. I am also one of the game engineers. I was, responsible for some of the hardware and also some of the software, making some of the power-ups and the in-game mechanics.
Hello, my name is Jordan Brooks. I am on the design team. I worked on the level design as well as designing other aspects of the game, like said power-ups and other parts of the game.
Now, tell us about the game that we have here. I see Raccoon flying around in a spaceship trying to collect cookies. What's up with that? Where did that come from?
Okay, so one of the reasons is this video. This is, as you can see, it's just one of those things where it's leaning back and at the same time coming back, to its own position. It just looks so fun and interesting, and at the same time gives you that feeling of, oh, I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna lean back and I'm gonna fall over. And that was one of the inspirations for us to make this controller. And the way we decided this controller will work in the game is basically we added like these weight sacks inside the controller, so that when you fall, the weight in the controller pulls you back up, so that you can go in every direction. And we have got a gyroscope that takes the values from the coordinates and then puts them back into the engine. And based off those coordinates, we basically have our friendly raccoon moving around the level, causing havoc.
Okay. You talked about the controller. There's a gyroscope in there? Is it in the handle somewhere? Is it in the base with the weights?
So you can see like the gyroscope is right over here. So what it does is basically it takes into the acceleration and the velocity of the gyroscope, and then we map it in the in-game so that when you move the controller, which is a half spherical ball, it actually moves the raccoon who is sitting in a UFO in the game itself. So that is basically all the hardware part of it. It's quite simple and it's quite easy to make. So the inspiration was a couple of us have been previously working with gyroscopes, me and him, and then we knew that this could work a lot and it's quite safer as well.
That's incredible. With the controller in that development process, what's the development process like on the actual game itself? You can build a controller to just sit there if you want, but how does it work with the game? How do you get it to work, on screen?
Okay, well, we actually had quite a few ideas early on with how what gameplay style we would choose to match the controller. We had one idea where we control the ball through an obstacle course, an idea where we use a slingshot to hit a bunch of obstacles, but we ultimately went with this UFO idea we had in the back of our minds for quite some time now. And even with the level design, we decided to settle on a cookie factory because what's more whimsical than a cookie factory? A lot of it we really aim for a lot of sort of a fun vibe overall. So we had that because of factory setting, we had different parts of the level that you would find in the factory. So your production line, a cutting area where you cut up the chocolates or cookies and what have you, and just all that sort of factory stuff. But we have our wonderful artists who made this factory look absolutely delicious, and even just a bunch of other fun aspects, for example, a button that turns all the cookies into cows. If you go into the packaging area, you could actually get a little gift for a little bow on top of you, and there's even, for some odd reason, a disco room where if you go in, there's a bunch of flashing colors and just a cool little effect, and yeah, just a bunch of stuff that just kind of adds to that fun vibe factor that also helps deal with the fun vibes of the controller, and yeah.
Where did that vibe decision come from? Did you go into the game being we want to make a fun, happy-go-lucky game?
Yeah, that was pretty much what we were going for. Just something that people could nothing too stressful or anything like that. Just something people could have fun, relax, maybe laugh a little because you're off balance. So
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. It's a really good one. Well, I want to thank you guys so much for being out here. You guys have an incredible game. It looks super fun. Maybe a bit too much of a workout for me. I'm in my off season. But we want to thank you guys so much for being out here. You guys got any final words for those watching?
Talking about the art style, I wanted to say that we also take some inspiration from games like Fall Guys, where the physics is messy and chaotic, but that's what, you just accept it, because that's the fun part. Or, Hands Fall First as well, where the controls are super messy, but that's what makes the game fun. So it's chaos, but, we wanted a reactive controller, and that's what we have.
That's exactly what you have, and you have an incredible game. Again, I want to thank you guys so much. If you guys want to check out Off Balance or any of the other games you guys have seen here on stream today, come on down to Building 72 at the University of Utah. We'll be here all day, so you can try all these games out for yourself. Thank you guys so much.
I love that music. That was fantastic. That was the trailer for
Operation Plush.
Hey, we did it. We
good
we
job.
were practicing that the whole time. Two of the dev team are here with me. Would you like to introduce yourselves and tell us what you did on Operation Plush?
I'm Ray. I'm the engineer. I did most of the UI work, also division holder.
And I'm Matthew Solomon. I am one of the two producers on the project, and I also, contributed to narrative and design as well.
Awesome. And do you have anybody in the booth who's going to be playing it?
Yeah, we have 4 people in the booth right now. We have 2 of our teammates, Divitha, our other engineer, who's the lead engineer on the project, and then we also have my co-producer, Shiwan, who's playing the game, plus 2 more friends.
So the engineer and producers are doing.
Yeah, the engineers and the producers. Surprise.
Artists, designers, who needs them, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
I never said that.
It was these guys right here. Okay, so adorable looking. Tell us about Operation Plush.
Yeah, Operation Plush is a 1 to 4 player couch co-op. Do you want to take it over? You're better at explaining.
Yeah, it's a 1 to 4 player couch co-op beat 'em up horde defender, where you are. Well, you play as plushies defending a nightlight against the forces of nightmares.
I love defending the nightlight
against the nightmares.
That is great. I love that.
Our plushies are powered by dreams and good vibes.
And fluffy murder.
And I was gonna ask if this is a Hope Core game, but then you just said fluffy murder, so maybe not.
I think if it was Hope Core, it would be easier to beat, but it's actually pretty tough.
It's a lot more action-packed than Hope Core usually is, but I think the story itself is more,
Yeah. All right, so walk us through what's going on the screen right now.
Yeah, so as you can see, we have 4 different player characters. Each of them are different plushes with different backstories, and they are defending our central nightlight from these tiny nightmare creatures. If the camera zooms out at any point, you'll be able to see that there is a boundary of fog. What we've built is this giant bed level with different toys and stuff decorating the environment. The nightlight switches position throughout play, so you'll see that here after a round shortly. Yeah, so you're constantly building out your defenses in between rounds and moving from place to place to defeat the nightmares.
So a mobile tower defense brawler.
Yeah, very much. It's tower defense meets horde defense meets you're moving around all over the place.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's fun.
So Ray, you had mentioned, you said story-wise when you're talking about Hope Core. How did the theme of this occur? You mentioned character backstories. Like, it seems like this is much more narratively deeper than one might think. So please tell us about that.
Yeah, the entire idea of the game was inspired just from a night that I had. I had a really weird nightmare, and I was clutching on my doll. I was like, oh, what if my doll was protecting me from this weird nightmare? and that just kind of built up forward and more, and it's like, okay, what are these plushies representing for all the kids that it's protecting? What could all the little creatures, what would they fight? How would they defend their children?
Yeah, and I think that like every person has that stuffed animal or that plushie that like was their plushie when they were a kid. Like I can remember I had a pig named Heavy. That my mom, yeah, right. I had a pig named Heavy full of beans, and my mom gave it to me when I was like 8 years old, and I was really sick. And like, I still have Heavy in my apartment now, decades later.
As you should.
You know. So we really wanted to speak to that like nostalgia and that sense of safety that these wonderful stuffed animals bring us for our entire lives, and then also like make them superheroes. You know, each one of these characters in this game has a backstory about being the plush of a specific kid, and then they also have their own unique skill sets. So we have a character that's a healer character, we have like a damage per second character, we have like our tank, and they each have unique animations, unique battle styles. You can see it in the animations. I mean, none of them are doing the same thing, and that's what makes the game really fun, is the sort of diversity in it.
So how does design go about? Like, I mean, you mentioned kind of like archetypal, like DPS and healer and everything, but like designing different characters with different powers, and then also different enemies with different movement types and everything like that. Was this something that, like, were you fine-tuning this up until last night? Or
yeah, so we made all the characters designed first. It's what are the characters first? It's like, oh, this is a shark who has a big anchor. Okay, what would their abilities look like?
Okay, so character first.
It was very character first. And then the enemies, we started with this basic enemy that you're seeing in the first couple rounds, and then we iterated off of the basic enemy. So right now we have 4 unique enemy types in there. Designing a game like this, so when you say were we working up on it until last night, if I was a good producer, I would say no, of course. But indeed, we did get this final build in at 6 a.m. But the polish that came out of it is amazing. I mean, the UI, I think, is one of the best parts of this game. And Ray and our lovely 2D artist, Jacqueline, are responsible for making it look that good and making it feel that alive.
No, I think it's a beautiful game, and it looks like it. I always say it looks like it plays fun because I'm not playing it right now. Unfortunately,
it feels a lot more chaotic, especially with a team of 4.
Yeah,
of course.
And chaos was one of our tenets for the game design.
Oh, it was actual.
It was quite
like,
literally like we came up with a few words to describe the gameplay. You know, our design pillars, and chaos was one of them.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, is this, you may have mentioned this earlier and I apologize, is this couch co-op? Is it peer-to-peer? Is it?
It is couch co-op.
It's couch co-op. Okay.
When we started designing it, we wanted to do both peer-to-peer and couch co-op, but we really decided, like, focus on the couch co-op. This game is meant to inspire you and your friends to kind of shout and jeer at each other,
Of course.
you know? And
as any good couch co-op game should.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we're trying to release it on multiple systems. We're treating this launch actually as kind of our final big play test. So we already have some tweaks that we want to make before we release on Steam in a month. And yeah.
And then Switch in a little bit.
Yeah, we're still figuring that
depending.
out.
So yeah, it's for everyone at home. This is the second team. When we talk about Switch, some of the student teams are releasing their games on the Nintendo Switch, which is a really, really awesome opportunity that we have here.
Yeah, very exciting.
So you've talked about the roles you do and the other engineers, and then I jokingly said artists and designers and each them. So tell us about the breakdown of your team. How many people did you have doing different things?
I can rattle that off right at the top of my head. We had 14 people. We had 4 technical artists, 3 gameplay artists. We had 4 engineers, 2 producers, and 1 designer. We had a single designer lifting all this stuff up. Shout out to Owen Templeton. But the thing that I think really elevates this game was our technical artists. You know,
as it shows.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, the VFX artist May really crushed all of these VFX. He did pretty much every single one you're seeing on his own. Alan Liu contributed some VFX, but he's also our main texture artist. We have Jackie Han, who did the whole sort of building block town that you see in there. She created a unique shader for that. She also helped us sculpt the bed. And then we also had Li Yu, who did unique animations for every single character. He single-handedly came up with, I think, almost 40 animations in 9 months.
That's incredible.
Also
Insane.
redoing animations, always
rigging
fixing,
them, weight painting them. While you have the camera on us, I just really want to quickly show. We do have real plushies of our characters. One of our classmates, Rachel Bouzard, was able to make these by hand.
Every single one of them.
Every single one of them. So every member on our team is getting one of these.
Oh my goodness.
But we can talk about our characters a little bit if you would like us to.
Yeah,
if we have time for
yeah,
it.
we have a little bit of time. So
okay,
give
great.
us the speed run.
So we got Shorky. He's our heavy swinger, bought from an aquarium. We've got Lady Ducksworth III, our DPS character, very expensive plushie.
This is Patches. She's a homemade from Grandma.
Mm-hmm. And she's our healer.
And this is Hugo, our Hugosaurus Rex.
Oh my
He
gosh.
was bought in the carnival or won from a game. He's our defender.
You guys are making my heart melt right here on the couch.
What I really appreciate is all of them have different fabrics, so they look like they come from different manufacturers.
You can't see here on the camera, but they all look very unique and they all look very, very awesome. And it seems like that translates really well into gameplay as well.
Yes, we really wanted them to feel unique. And like as if they were from different manufacturers.
That's awesome.
And that's kind of, I think, what we accomplished, really.
So, excuse me. You mentioned coming to Steam.
Yes.
Do you have a date on that?
Yeah, we're looking at May 20th.
Okay.
We're in review with them, so as long as those reviews are successful, May 20th is the date. You can order it on Wishlist.
All right, so you can go to Steam. You can check out
Operation Plush.
See, I had to throw him a curveball there. You can check out Operation Plush on Steam, and you too can have your heartbeat softened and touched a little bit. Aww. Thank you very much for joining me here today.
Yeah,
thank everybody in the booth for playing. What we have here is we are going to go to another gameplay trailer of another alternative controller, and then we'll check that game out. So we'll see it in just 1 second.
Hello, you've reached the helpline. Listen carefully to my instructions. You are in danger. Hazardous, anomalous events have been reported in your area. Do not panic. Do not take your eyes off of them. Do not raise your voice. Stay on the line. They can't hurt you if you...
All right, so that was a trailer for Signal Lost. I have 3 of the dev team here with me, and then we also have people outside playing it. Do you want to introduce yourselves? Tell us who you are and what you did on Signal Lost.
Yeah, my name is Dallin. I'm a designer, and I am the vision holder of Signal Lost.
My name is Shaylin, and I was also a designer on Signal Lost.
And my name's Nathan. I was a producer, but had to take on hardware on Signal Lost.
All right. So what is, I mean, we can get an idea from the trailer, but with all alt control games, you can only get an idea. Tell us about it and tell how the hardware integrates with it.
Yeah, so our alternate controller is a phone booth, and we use an actual rotary phone inside. So the idea is there's 2 screens on either side, and you're switching between looking at them, trying to identify anomalies in the environment.
Okay.
And then you're using the phone to dial specific numbers and report those anomalies. And then we also have segments where you're...
This is fascinating. Keep going.
We also have segments where you have to listen to the phone. There's an operator guiding you through this, and you have to actually speak back to him. So we have voice recognition also.
How on earth does something like this come to be? That is fascinating.
Yeah, it started as just like a rotary phone, and then I was really like taken by the idea of having players in a confined space, and we can really like immerse them in this environment. Mm-hmm. And here, yeah, you'll see the setup right here. 2 screens, a rotary phone in the middle, and then these posters around the phone tell you what to dial when certain events happen.
That is so. Those are all like flyers that you would see on like a street corner,
Mm-hmm.
but they're applying to the game.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we wanted it to be as like realistic as possible. So we built our scene to be like realism, and then with those flyers, we wanted it to feel like you were just actually trapped in this phone booth, because when you're looking at the screens, you're stationary. This scene isn't moving at all, so you're just trying to basically analyze your scene and remember it as it goes, so that you can identify those anomalies as they happen.
Okay, so if the screen isn't moving, how do you progress through the game?
So progression through the game is being able to survive the monster. So while you're on the phone and you're trying to seek help from that operator, anomalies are happening, but they are going to increase as you play throughout the gameplay. So the gameplay time's about around 5 minutes right now. But as you progress through it, you have these major anomaly events that are narrative pathways where you're learning about more of the story of what's happening, how'd you get here, who's the person you're actually talking to, and you either want to be able to survive or you end up getting kind of taken by this monster.
Okay. When you say the person you're talking to, I was thinking like, oh, would you kindly help me with this? If that's a reference that anybody gets. Okay, so is this something? So you mentioned you worked on hardware. You have your team. Tell me the breakdown of your team, and then tell us also how you physically pulled this off, as far as television screens and phones and things like that.
Well, given we had some switch ups in the beginning, I just hopped in and started taking control and planning out this. We started out with just a really simple blueprint. The idea there, though, was if we can get it down on a blueprint earlier, anybody who comes in behind us and helps us, we can just keep going. So that, mixed with a few other people who were able to help me along the way, we used the blueprint, purchased materials within our budget, which was a challenge. Had to really make some concessions there. And over time, frankly, up until the last minute, we were able to get this finished.
For sure. For everyone at home, when Ryan was talking about this at the very beginning, he said, all the teams make alternative controllers. One of the constraints that the teams are given is that they have a budget to work in. And we believe around here that constraint breeds creativity. So it sounds like even though it was challenging, it actually led you in a direction that you were happy with.
Exactly.
What are other challenges that you face? I mean, when I hear the question, what challenges in this, the answer is yes, because everything is a challenge. But as your team was creating this, what did you find was, did you find you were underestimating certain things? Did you find you were overestimating certain things?
Yeah, well, one challenge was just how obvious to make these anomalies.
Sure.
When we were playing that, we felt like they were way too obvious, but we have gotten so used to it.
Exactly. You're like, I know exactly what that is.
And just having people play them like today, some of them are way more subtle than I thought they would be. And also just like the audience, like people that typically play these anomaly type of video games would probably understand and see these anomalies. But like your average person, it might be a little more tricky. So to address that, the game will automatically progress if you keep failing. So everyone is able to reach a satisfying conclusion. You just might... that glass breaking, it signifies your health, and you might die sooner if you're not identifying this.
Oh my gosh, okay. It's a running joke that everybody does scary stuff, and I don't like it at all. Did you at any point, just out of curiosity, entertain the idea of getting a real phone booth? Like finding like a used phone booth?
I considered it. Surprisingly, they were quite expensive.
I can imagine.
Even on Facebook Marketplace, I went through, like, it was pretty rough. They were, we found that our best option was to go forward with making our own. In the prototype phase, they were able to, they had a person on the team who was able to get a lot of recycled wood so that they could at least even test it at first.
Sure.
And then once we were given that budget, then we were able to get like some new wood and everything like that. A lot of the things changed as we went. Like we originally had smaller monitors, but we realized that it didn't accommodate for everyone's height. A lot of people, like for me, it was a little bit taller when we went off of like the average height in just like the world. You could barely see like the facial recognition with me versus because I'm a little shorter versus like someone who was a lot taller. It was still like it just wasn't accommodating for everyone. So we ended up switching to like pretty large TV screens, which then accommodated for everyone. And then also people like in wheelchairs are able to like actually fit into the booth as well because it is big enough for it.
That is really, really cool to take that into account. Excuse me. a lot that the theme for today that everyone keeps mentioning on the couch is we had a team that was made up of X and we had skill sets of Y, so we very specifically catered our game to those skill sets. How does that apply to your team?
Well, one difficulty we face is we don't really have a character artist.
Okay.
So that's why we decided to go in this anomaly direction.
Sure.
Because we could use environment art and prop design to alter things, and that's our scary things. Is a bench will suddenly float, or there's a monster in the distance that doesn't have to be animated.
Yeah.
And then we're able to use the few character design resources we have to really have some standout moments with the monster that you just saw.
That's really, really cool.
I think too with a lot of our artists, they all have, some of them were super they make more stylized art, and it really didn't fit that realism. But because we were able to build a narrative that was kind of almost this person in the booth is almost in a psychosis or some sort, all the anomaly events that are happening, it makes sense even if they're kind of quirky and weird, because it's it's not supposed to make sense anyway. So then we were able to cater to all their art capabilities and assets so that they could feel they could contribute to numerous parts of it.
All right. So normally the question is, where can folks play this at home? The answer is you have to come to Building 72 right now and check it out. As far as your team goes, do you have plans on, obviously you can't release this on Steam in its current format. Do you have plans on, making videos to show the world so that people can experience the thing that you've created, or are you going to continue working on it after the semester's over?
Yeah, right now one of our producers is working on a submission to Indiecade and GDC.
Very cool.
So we hope to bring this to those events and let more people see it.
All right. So I would tell you to go to Steam and check out Signal Lost, but you can't. However, you can come here if you're in the Salt Lake area. Otherwise, you can keep your eyes open for various YouTube videos and everything. Thank you so much for joining me. I say this about a lot of games because the problem with hosting is that I don't get to play. I really need to find a time to duck out and do that. And I think I'm just going to butt in line because I'm going to say executive privilege or something.
We'll
like
let you
that.
cut it.
Okay,
Sounds
fantastic.
good.
Thank you so much. Well, that was the Signal Lost team. We are going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back with some more of our graduate games.
Welcome to the XO-15 system. XO Interspace Mining Industry's new venture towards furthering humanity's expanse. If you would like to take part in this brave new adventure...
Talented individuals to man our transporters as they
You appear to be distressed.
Isaac Locke. Several rats started acting aggressively and were subsequently disposed of while in transit to the XO-15 system aboard Net 26. The rats have been corrupted. More have attacked me. Between this and the empty waste station, I've chosen to enact Protocol 463 and depart from the XO-15 system. I will make my way to the control room and override the autopiloting system. It appears that the colonist remnants modified existing machinery to help them combat whatever is going on here. Isaac Locke, there's something strange happening on this train. Despite being at death's door, I have reappeared in my lodgings. I will continue to the front of the train.
Something strange is happening on this train. Gives me Half-Life vibes. That was No Rail. I have 2 members of the dev team. Well, actually, I have 3 members of the dev team here with me. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Tell us who you are and what you did on No Rail.
Yeah, I'm Cleveland Parker. I'm a producer on the on the game.
I'm Noah Hart. I'm engineer and system designer, and this is Archie, our HR.
Yes, and mascot, but mostly HR. That's how we functioned most of the time.
So I'm not going to lie to everyone at home. I really don't want to do this interview because I just want to hold Archie and I want them to talk about what they're talking about. So tell us about No Rail.
Yeah, No Rail is a game where it sees you take the role of a transit supervisor in a futuristic setting of, hey, I'm transporting all these different things to a faraway solar system that's being colonized by humanity. And as you get into that solar system, you find out, oh, stuff went wrong. All of a sudden, all these robots that you were carrying are getting, aggressive towards you. The train stations or way stations that you stop off at, they're abandoned, and there's audio logs talking about some cataclysm that happened, and you need to fight to the front of the train and take over and escape.
That is awesome. That seems to be a trend is we go to this far off place and everything should be great, and then all of a sudden, surprise, it's not. Also a trend that is happening with our student games this year, the mundane becoming non-mundane, right? Like there's a couple of our games that feature janitors or railway, what did you call him?
Transit supervisor. He's a FedEx guy.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
a FedEx guy.
And I think that the fact that what we saw from the trailer can come from that, I think that's awesome. How did this come to be as an idea, and then from an idea into game?
That's a long story. Short story is there's a book series called Dungeon Crawler Carl. One of the books, no spoilers, involves them fighting along train systems.
The Iron Tangle.
The Iron Tangle. And so then the character that was a note in a big notepad of ideas, and it's like, well, let's see where we can go with this. And we had like help talking about it. There was someone from undergrad actually who had like a background in history who was like, hey, there's a lot of elements you can take from like westward expansion and colonization.
Sure.
And so that's like it just slowly emerged from all these concepts.
Very cool. I'm actually really glad you said that because I, no joke, have been trying to figure out how I can work Dungeon Crawler Carl in the stream today.
Perfect.
So I'm very, very glad that you said that.
Yeah. Well, my cat's name is Princess Donut, so it's.
Oh my goodness. So now I'm going to get distracted by 2 things. An adorable dog and DCC. Okay, so tell me about the team makeup. How many of there are you, and what did you all do?
Yeah, so that's a complicated question actually, right? There's about 14 core members, but we were lucky enough to get help from other people on certain things, especially because like we had very solid, artists and character artists, designers, engineers for sure. There were 2 of us on production and 1 designer, but then there was some gaps that people filled in for us. And then we had about 17 voice actors, so it's a fluctuating number.
Exactly. There was permanent members of the team. There was additional members. Okay, so tell me, the unfortunate thing that people at home don't realize is that on our headsets we're not hearing a lot of the audio of the game. So I can hear that there are voices, but I'm kind of blind as to 17 of them. Tell me
Yeah.
about how that came to be, and specifically tell me about what it's like to work with 17 different voice actors.
Yeah. So the main character, right, the transit supervisor, obviously has the most lines and quips and whatnot. We had a couple people voice the enemies because they're like servant robots, right? So we had a couple different people voice just classic like service lines. Then there's over 20, I believe. I'm not sure how many actually made it in, of audio logs of the past colonists, and then a couple of like PA system people and like advertisement people who narrate advertisements.
So, are those obviously that can't be everybody on your team? Did you put out a casting call? Are
Yeah.
these other graduate students?
So there was a couple connections between people at the theater department and the games division of games, and so that was just a hey, get in contact with email. And then that person put out like a call of like, hey, there's some people working on a game. They're looking for all these different types of roles. If you're interested, apply. It was one of those where it's like, we'll take who we can get. And we ended up getting about 20 people, but then ended up being 17 who could actually make it to the voice acting and whatnot.
That is so. So now the next question is, do you have a producer on the team whose entire job is just wrangling voice actors?
So that
and
was actually
recording
basically
lines?
me. So Ming Yang, he's the other producer, handled a lot of like project management within the team, especially at the beginning of this semester as we were getting into it. So like I a lot of mine was coordinating all these people, scheduling it out, listening to their stuff. And then recording them and editing that down, and then he kind of kept everything afloat for the team during that point.
Dang, that is. Some of our teams in the years past have used VO. I don't think anyone's ever used more than like one or two VO actors. So your team has cleared that bar. That will not be passed anytime soon.
Yeah, it's sick. That's good.
As far as the gameplay itself, how many do you have? Is it one big continuous level? Is it broken down into separate levels?
Yeah, and then feel free to hop in, Noah.
Yeah, I can take over on this. So, our game is a roguelite. We stream levels in we call it the main train phase, where you go battle, you do your normal encounters as you would in a roguelite, and then once you beat through that first train phase, you come to this train station, and we wanted like a gap in between, like the fighting, the heavy combat, and then a nice exploration, bunch of secrets hidden and puzzles to solve. And since it is a roguelite, you're going to be playing through it a lot, trying to get to the final boss, and we want to make the train station layered to where each time you go through it, you get further and further along these paths that we've constructed, and unlocking more knowledge as you go through it. That's why we kind of pressure them with an 8-minute timer, because we don't want them to spend a lot of time just going through the station right away and then get bored when they are going through later runs. So that way you feel rewarded with your exploration, and then you go back and do it all again, and then we end with the boss. So the boss, I don't know if we'll get to it in the gameplay, but we're almost there. Is our combat designer did a phenomenal job just having we call it the Rat King, and it's just like all the conglomeration of all our enemies just like in a big blob of infested wiring fused together. So that came together, and then when you finish the game, it's like it's an ambiguous ending. Like, did you break out of the loop, or is it continuing on again?
What is going on? Did you take any inspiration from inside at all?
No, actually.
Okay.
So
there's a lot of things that you described that are present.
Really? Okay, cool. Great Minds Think Alike. Then I've never played it before, so.
So
I don't know what to do.
This is something that.
I can't just sit here and wait for things to get better.
I'm sorry, I
have to
forgot.
do
We didn't call out the person in the booth.
Maybe.
Oh, that's Dylan, our VFX artist, who's kind enough of playing it.
Thanks, Dylan.
You gotta hear the
Thanks for
scream.
dying right as we called you out. So this is a game that
Let's get
a lot of its design and a lot of its probably playtesting a lot comes from.
I'm pretty sure we'll see the boss.
Yeah, a lot of its playtesting probably comes from like, okay, how are we going to give upgrades? How so how does the balancing of a game like this work?
That is a question and a half, isn't it?
It's not balanced. That's the answer.
Yeah, well, like it's one of those things where it's like there's something that, you know, we have a pistol that no one ever wanted, and then it's like, oh, well, let's buff it. Now it's way too powerful, you know. So it's a back and forth. I think right now we're leaning on to make it fun and easy because people are gonna be, you know, here just playing it for a brief amount of time. Then we can explore making it harder.
Gotcha. So yeah, are there plans to take this any further as far as the team continuing past the semester?
I think the majority focus at this point is, you know, since we're all graduating, is polish up what we see from this launch event. Maybe a few other things that we didn't have time to add in, and then publish it on Steam.
So Steam is what you're aiming for.
Yeah. So it should hopefully be up and accessible by this weekend, if not early next week.
Okay, cool. So go to Steam, check out No Rail, and you'll be able to get stuck in a space loop and not know whether or not you're being slowly driven insane or not. Thank you both for joining me today. Thank you, team, for making that. Remember, it is Lost Signal, or it is No Rail. You can check that out. Thank you, Archie, for being here. We are going to cut really quickly to a quick break, and then we're going to show another one of our another one of our alternative controller games.
Hey everyone, we're here with a team of Dragon Rider, this all-control game that you can see behind us right here. In Dragon Rider, it takes 2 players this time, much like Heavy Metal before, to control a dragon, to fly through and defeat the evil wizard. We got the development team of Dragon Rider behind us. How are you guys doing? You guys having fun here?
Yeah, of course, definitely having fun.
What can you guys tell us about the game? Sorry, kind of jumped on you suddenly. What can you tell us about the game you have right here?
Yeah, so it's a 2-players game. The player under the table is for the dragon, and the player on the table is for the rider. So basically, the dragon controls the direction and control where to fly, and the rider control where to attack. Yeah.
That's incredible. What is this is a massive controller you guys have here.
Yeah.
What was the design process behind it? Both in the looks of making it look like a dragon, but also having 2 people on it.
Yeah, so our original pitch is trying to simulate the experience, riding a dragon and environment. And so we designed this equipment to recreate the flying experience. Yeah.
How long did it take for your team to build this? Well, I'm getting hit by it. It's so large. How long did it take for your team to build? This massive controller.
We can talk to if this is...
Oh, we have the controller designer here?
Yeah, of course. He's a controller designer, one of them. Yeah.
How did y'all come up with this controller?
So, because we think to build a really real dragon with riders and dragon on the bottom. So we're trying to make those 2 players have a connects each other. So we have the rope between the 2 orbs, bottom up. So when the bottom players moving around, the top players will move as well. So they can feel unbalanced.
So you're kind of you're on a dragon?
Yes. And then for the wings, we found some research on YouTube. We found a video to build the wing this way, and it can fold and stretch. So when you fold it, the dragon goes down. When you stretch up, the dragon goes up.
That's incredible. How does this controller, this massive thing, which I assume has a ton of sensors. How does it work with the actual gameplay?
So as you can see, the dragon's head is moving around, right? So we have the sensor like in the middle of the dragon's head. So when you rotate it, the sensor goes move it with your direction. So that's how you fire the aims like in the game. And then also for the dragon's movement left and right, we have the sensor down there, on the board over there. So it's a sensor for your turn left and right.
That's incredible. You've got this massive control, and you've got someone high up. What was the thought behind we're going to be putting someone up above someone else on? Is this a metal frame?
Oh, this is a pipe.
Pipe.
Yes.
Okay. How did you design this so that you make sure that this top player doesn't, almost crush it? Because you're sitting above someone.
Yeah, we did really easy make sure, because we have 3 people standing on there, so it holds over 500 pounds.
Over 500 pounds.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we have 3 we have 3 friends stand on there, and then we're put together. We are over 500 pounds, so it holds more.
And has the controller always been this big? Did you come into this design process being like, we're going to make a massive drag controller to try and capture the breadth of it, or were there other iterations of this controller?
Well, at the start we have a little table, but we think it's too small because when the little table is really low on the bottoms, so for the bottom player it's too hard because it's too low. So we decided to make a higher table, so the bottom player will feel more comfy, and then it's looks bigger to looks more fancy.
It does look fancy, and I'll tell you, it does look like a dragon. You got the fancy dragon head up there. You've got a tail behind, and I feel like I would feel like a dragon if I'm on that yoga ball down there going from side to side. You guys have an incredible game here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. I might have to give this a go. I've been sitting watching people play. It looks like a heck of a time. So I want to thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
If you guys watching the stream or anybody else wants to come check out these games, we're going to be here in Building 72 all day, where you can try out all the all-control games and many others developed by students here at the University of Utah. That's Dragon Rider, everybody. Thank you so much.
All right, it's always fresh and it's always weird. If that trailer is any indication, that is Everything Mart. I have 3 members of the dev team with me. Would you all like to introduce yourselves, say who you are and what you did on Everything Mart?
Yeah, sure. My name is Theo. I'm a lead producer.
Hello, my name is Sky West. I was the technical lead.
And I'm Arjun. I was the lead designer on the game.
Okay, so what is Everything Mart?
Everything Mart is a co-op comedy horror game. I'm not sure whether everyone heard about Omega Mart. It's in Nevada. It's like a very bizarre supermarket installation, and we got the inspiration from that. And you, as a player, is a supermarket staff that works at a really bizarre supermarket, and all of the products are very fresh. It like runs
Always
around
fresh.
with the arm and legs, and you cannot really deliver that to your customers, right? So you kind of have to like cut off their arms and legs and then deliver it to them and meet the quota.
Just the most normal things, you know.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say just another. It's a Tuesday, right?
Yeah,
Why
just
not?
another day.
Oh no, I think that is fantastic. Before I go on, I keep forgetting. Do you have someone in the booth who's going to be playing?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Shout
We
out
have
to
two
them.
people. who
Hi,
tried-
Bass Riley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bass and Riley.
I always have the couch introduced, and I keep forgetting the people in the booth. I feel terrible. Okay, so super strange comedy horror grocery store inspired by Omega Mart. I've actually been to Omega Mart, and it was fantastic and wonderful. Did you guys go as a team, perchance?
We
you
did not.
No.
You didn't road trip down to Vegas?
We are a really poor, broke college students, so no. But I think someone went there
Yeah,
once.
one of our
and then,
designers, our
yeah.
co-designer, also she had gone to Everything Mart. I think that's kind of where the inspiration came from as well.
For sure,
She's
yeah.
going to Omega Mart and like, let's make a game out of this.
I love that. So how does the game go from like her pitching that or whomever pitched it to where you are now? Was it something that did it take you a while to find like what your gameplay loop was? Did you fall into it immediately?
Yeah, I can speak a bit on that.
Yeah, please.
Starting off, we kind of wanted to know. We knew that we wanted to make a supermarket-based game. What that entailed was a lot of different things of like restocking tasks, like cleaning up as a supermarket. What does it mean to be an employer over there?
Sure.
We kind of prototyped this idea pretty early on of these random dudes running around, and most of the team kind of found that really insane, really funny, and pretty unique as well. And we kind of leaned into that as kind of the core identity of the game, of completing tasks and still doing tasks, but in order to do tasks, you got to process these little fresh products, you know? And that kind of became the identity of the game, is how do we make our game, the place just seem super zany and weird while also still being, well, a supermarket.
For sure, for sure. And so tell me about your team development, or excuse me, your team makeup. How many people were on the team? What did everybody do? What was everyone responsible for?
There is 15 people in the team, and we had like a half portion of the art team. A lot of them were tech artists. We only had one 2D artist. And we had 3 engineer team. They worked really hard. Charles was the engineer that focused on the networking because we made a really brave decision for the student project game to make a multiplayer game with linking with the networking.
That is very brave.
So they all of my engineer team was like crunching really hard. They were really passionate about this project, so I'm really thankful for them. We had 3 producers. I was a lead producer, and also I was a film major student during undergrad, so I did all the video editing for the trailer. And my other producers, one was the technical producer and the other was the art producer, so they were in charge of managing the team.
Dang. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a very talented team. Was it something that did you find yourselves making design decisions or production decisions based off of like strengths or lack of strengths? Like for example, you said we only had one 2D artist, so there's probably not a lot of 2D going on in the game. Did you find yourself encountering other things that were dependent on the skill set that your team had?
Yeah.
I can speak on this.
Sure.
So, as far as engines go, all three of us engineers had a lot more experience in Unity. So the best product that we could make would be in Unity. So we decided on Unity, and then we cycled through a few different networking APIs and libraries, and we settled on Fishnet.
Okay. And so for everyone at home, the kind of significance of that is that a lot of student teams, especially when they make 3D games like this, are using an engine called Unreal. So for something like this to be created in Unity, that's a fairly rare occurrence. I'd say probably in not just student game development, but game development as a whole. So as you're making a game like this, and as you're coming up with, like you mentioned, horror, comedy, or horror seems to be a theme that's happening with a lot of our games. We talk about like playtesting as far as mechanics go and iteration and everything like that. Did you have to iterate upon zaniness upon the silliness upon the weirdness? Like, was that something that you were like, oh, these jokes just aren't landing, or this needs to be weirder, we need to dial that up?
I think it was super helpful that we have just two really, really weird and insane designers, me being one of them. And so a lot of time would be just the two of us looking at a Pinterest board like, oh, that would be pretty interesting. And it's just the most obscure, weird, abstract pictures that both of us kind of enjoy. And so the designs of the skaters themselves were just, what if this and that fit? So like, what if a biscuit box with arms and legs? Yeah. What about a nerd apple? Sure. A cockroach? Yeah, whatever. It works.
Cockroach. Oh, that's
It's
amazing.
the most random things that they kind of come full circle of just being so random that they kind of just work.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, if with a setting like this, right, that absolutely could be the case.
Yeah, a lot of times I would just turn around in my chair and go, "Hey Arjun, we should do this," and then we would draw it on the whiteboard and go, "Yeah, no," or "Yeah, that's actually pretty good."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anything goes.
they were like pumping up really weird ideas and got super excited, come to producers and say like, we thought about this idea, and then it kind of sometimes stressed producers out, but I think it turned out really well.
So, what is the weirdest idea that didn't make it into the game?
Ooh, that's a good question. We have a bunch of other skaters that we still wanted to make.
Mhm.
One of them was a happy flower, which could be made into perfume. And the whole idea is that it's a really happy little flower that you gotta squeeze and crush the life out of it and harness its juices to make perfume out of.
Because of course.
Of course, that's just how it works. You know, it's super morbid. I look back and I really think I've done myself in with just the things we've made, but.
Well,
I don't regret it.
That's what
I don't regret
therapy
it
is
at all.
for, right?
Yeah, we can worry about that at different times.
Part of the horror is
yeah, it's
what
just-
you're doing.
Yeah, the grotesqueness of it all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as future plans, like you say, you know, there were some that didn't make it in. Do you plan on putting like one final polish pass where you maybe put some more stuff in? Is the
sure.
game at a state where you're happy with it now? Where and when will it be released? What about all that?
We are planning to work after the Utah launch.
Okay.
Designer team and not designer team. The designer and engineer team is super excited about it, and we also have a lot of things in the backlog that we did not have time to put it in our game.
Sure.
So focusing on what we already talked about, we are gonna keep polishing out and then make sure that the other features goes well blend in well with what we already have. And in Steam page, when we were uploading the information, we set up the release date into Q3.
Okay.
So hopefully we're gonna like follow the timeline based on that to make sure that we match the release time, and then market our game to a lot of people and show how weird supermarket we created.
I love every
Wish list
second
on
of it.
Steam soon.
So
Yeah,
so check if you too want to experience the complete absurdity of a weird grocery store, which I am all about, and I want to as well. You can go to Steam in just a little bit, and you can check out Everything Mart, and you'll be able to have a wonderful time, horribly comedic time. How about that?
Check us out during the next Steam Next Fest.
Boom. The next Steam Next Fest. Thank you all for joining me. Thanks for sharing your game.
Thank you, Adam.
What we're going to do is we're going to cut to a trailer of another alternative controller game, and then we'll check out what they're doing over there.
I'm here with Sync Inc., the developers of Fathom, for the trailer you just saw. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves? Tell us what you do on the team.
All right, hello, I'm Wyatt. I'm a designer on Fathom.
He's being modest. Wyatt's an incredible designer. I'm Ven. I am tech artist. I was the one who pitched the idea, came up with it, and was one of the leads on building it in hardware.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm the lead artist in Fathom, and I'm also an art producer of the team.
Well, this is a massive controller you guys have here for alt control. What are we looking at? What's this game all about? Because I don't see much of a controller. Is there something that I'm not seeing here?
There is. What you are not seeing is hiding on the inside. Fathom is a game where you have two players playing at the same time, and they have to communicate what's on the screen so that they can communicate up into where all of the controls are inside of the covered controller. And get that information up so they know which inputs to press. There are valves up there, switches up there, buttons up there, and we just got to make sure that they're pressing the right things, twisting the right things, and steering this submarine to safety.
Now, where did this idea come from? Was there like a moment where you're like, I have an idea, you guys? Or was it sort of a collaboration of everyone saying we want to make this seafaring adventure game?
The final version of it was very collaborative. The original idea came from just how fun it is to climb slides. Like, I mean, if you're a kid at the playground, what you want to do on the slide is never the correct thing of sliding down it. You always want to climb up. And that's where this idea came from, was the ability to climb up a slide, grab onto these monkey bars that are hiding inside underneath all of this, and then sliding back to the bottom and going back and forth that way.
So there really is a lot that we're not seeing underneath it. This is a very stylized game. I'm looking at all these designs on here. Where did this come from? Where did this art direction come
I'm going to give that to Lexi for this one.
Since in Fathom, the whole environment stuff is basically served as backdrop, so we don't really have to, interact with the whole environment stuff. So all we need to do is make the environment pretty as much as we can. We pretty much decided on stylized cartoonish art style at the beginning stage of our development, and we just stick into that art style throughout the whole development process. And we build the whole material system in Unreal Engine so that we can skip the whole, the UV layout and those trouble parts. That makes us, finish the whole environment, having the good result, like pretty much in the mid-era of our development. Yeah.
That's incredible. So that's the game. Tell us about this controller. I mean, how did you guys get this thing here? Because you guys built this in the City Center campus, right?
We did,
How did you get this here? Did you have to break it all down, bring it back out here?
So the entire controller design is very modular. It packs flat. And that was thanks to one of our hardware designers, Carrie Ann, who worked really hard to make sure that we could take this whole thing apart and lay it down flat, transport it, and then get it here. The entire controller is actually built from what would you say? It's secondhand materials. We got everything is either secondhand or recycled materials that we built the whole controller out of, just because we were trying to do our best to, we have a game about the ocean. We want to do everything we can to support that.
That's incredible. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Absolutely.
Right. Let's talk a bit more about the gameplay of it. Obviously, there's a lot in here that the camera caught that I haven't seen yet. Where did the idea for the mini games behind it? Because it looks like there's a lot of separate games that you're playing on that.
Wyatt?
Yeah, sure. So our mini games are inspired by both the subnautical nature of the game and then also a lot of our hardware inputs. So we have the valves that you crank, those switches, we have some buttons. And so from the design perspective, a lot of this was finding interesting or satisfying ways to use those inputs while also tying them to the submarine kind of theme. So that's where a lot of this started, and then of course focusing on ways to get both players involved as well.
Talk more about that. This is a co-op game. How did you design around having two players? Was it always a two-player game in mind?
So on the initial prototype of Fathom, it was a single-player game. We actually ended up pivoting over to co-op because we wanted to further embrace and push the sort of kind of like frantic nature and that kind of intense kind of experience. We felt that, if you're in a submarine deep under the ocean dealing with a giant sea monster, you're going to want someone by your side to help out. And a lot of that was splitting information between the two players. There's information that one player can see that the other player can't see. And so that's how we kind of really encouraged that cooperation.
That's incredible. It looks like you guys have an incredible game here. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and taking the time to show off your game with us. If you guys, the viewers, want to see any of the games that we've showed off today, like Fathom or any of the other All Control or any of the other games, the undergrad and graduate games, come on down to Building 72. We're going to be here all day showing off these games. I want to thank you guys again. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we've had a lot of fun today. We've talked about weird markets. We've talked about black holes and everything, but now it's time to be serious. It's time to talk about probably the most serious game that we have here at Utah Games Launch, and that is Sticky Hands. I have three members of the development team with me. Do you want to introduce yourselves and tell me what you did on the game?
Yeah, I'll start. My name is Carson Knowles. I was a producer on Sticky Fingers.
Sticky Fingers. I said Sticky Hands. I ruined it.
Same
I ruined
thing.
everything.
Gosh. I'm Zachary Walk. I was kind of a creative director and environment artist on the team.
Yeah, and my name is Carter Block, and I worked as the designer on the project.
So we were talking about the gameplay while the trailer was playing. Do you all want to explain how the game plays to folks who maybe couldn't understand it from the trailer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the idea originated as two players being able to work together, same vein as Overcooked or Moving Out. But one player is controlling one hand, the other player is controlling the other hand, and you are working together to ransack different places and steal everything in sight and then get away. And it's just that simple. It really is. It's two players trying to steal everything in sight.
And I suppose you could play it one player, but where's the fun in that, right?
You could. We've definitely had to do it a lot in playtesting, and it's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, it's much harder to orient yourselves when you're trying to pay attention to where two hands are.
Yeah, it's not a twin stick shooter. It's a twin stick
looter.
Oh, yeah, it's just a looter. Write that down. We just invented a new genre.
And we, as always, I've been forgetting every day or every team today. You have someone in the booth playing as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Shout out to them as well.
Yeah, I'll shout them out. We have our amazing animation artist Amelia. She's playing the game right now, and so is one of our engineers, Adidia. So
the
thank
day
you guys.
will come when I remember to introduce people in the booth, but it is not this day. Okay, so how does Sticky Fingers, not Sticky Hands, come to be? You were telling me about this isn't always the game as it was. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so originally the first pitch that I gave was farm hands, which is another sort of funny pun off the name farm hand.
That's where hand came from.
Yes.
You ruined it for me.
So farm hands was supposed to be similar vein, but instead of doing a heist, you're actually completing farm tasks, whether that be wrangling animals by wrapping your arms around them, or I don't know, steering a tractor was an idea at one point. But we lost a little bit of steam. There was just a little bit of lack of motivation. And in fact, the engineers were kind of like, okay, the game's done. We've been in development for a month. We have nothing left to program. So we were like, okay, let's maybe increase our scope a little bit. And so we were spitballing ideas. And one of our gameplay people in the booth, Amelia, was like, heists. Let's do a heist. And so we were like, that is genius. Let's roll with that. So, yeah. And then, for a long time, the project name was Heist Hands, and then we were like, we need something funny, and we were thinking of, puns around thievery, and we were like, Sticky Fingers is it. For those who aren't maybe as familiar with the English language, Sticky Fingers is a funny name or nickname for somebody who steals. They have sticky fingers. Anything they touch, it sticks to them, and they steal it. So it was a perfect name for our game, and it stuck.
We're no longer, and it's stuck. So you mentioned you're playing a lot of one player during testing and everything like that. How much testing and how much playing went on between figuring out exactly how far can the arms stretch, exactly how does the character move when the arms are out in certain directions? Was that something you had to, I imagine you probably had to really dial that in?
Yeah, so one of our goals originally, when it was still farm hands, like Zach was talking about, one of the core concepts we wanted was getting the arm stuck around things. That's why the body isn't actually controlled by anything. It's just dragged along. Mostly a nuisance, honestly. But that's kind of the point, is it leans into that a little bit of goofiness. And so we had the early on that we had a gym, and it was just literally a bunch of cylinders, and it was just seeing how it felt walking around them. And so non-stop work with the engineers, it's the arms are too far apart, the arms can stretch too long, we need more maneuverability around
even with
things.
Level design constraints too, having puzzles or obstacles, making sure that the arms were long enough that we could put obstacles in the way, but also short enough that it didn't make it a total hassle to move around. Some of the funny things in the gym, do you remember the sort of slingshot effect that we had?
Yeah, early on, we had invented, movement tech by accident, where because the hands would try to maintain certain positioning, you could slingshot the body really fast. And there was a little bit of time when we were like, okay, well, let's try and figure out how to turn this into a mechanic. And it turns out the slingshot was too powerful for us to control, so we told the engineers we gotta cut it.
So that's the DLC.
Real quick, Adam, I want to point out our gameplay here. We're slowly trying to navigate our way through all these ropes and stanchions, being very careful to not knock any of them over. But hopefully, if they're quick enough and make their exit, we'll see some of the humor that we've sort of packed into our game.
Yeah, because I haven't seen any humor heretofore.
Yeah, as if it wasn't already glaringly obvious. But there are some other funny little gags that we have sort of tucked away in the game.
So as you were designing and you were talking about the slingshot and everything, did you ever have the temptation of just you know what, we're going to make these arms 30 times as long and we're just going to see what happens?
I don't think so. Nothing like that. But we did, for the longest time, have issues with the hands being detached from the wrists, so it looked like his hands were completely floating away from his body. Same with the shoulders. So those were some late fixes we were able to make before the game fully launched.
Right. And this level that we're looking at now, this bank, is it just, is there one level or are there multiple levels that you go through with different types of loot and things like that?
Yeah, so the first level that we saw earlier was the jewelry store, which acts more of the tutorial to help understand the gameplay loop and stuff like that. And so the unique kind of assets that you would be able to steal in that one is jewelry and watches and jewels. And then the bank was the one we spent the most amount of time on over the course of the semester. And this one is a lot of stealing cash and a lot of more generic props, like we have the cash and the plants and the gold
looks
bars.
like they're making their getaway.
And then the final level we have is the casino, where we have lots of slot machines and a lot of whatever you think you'd find in Vegas and just to steal. That's what's there.
Here we go.
All right, are they going to be able to pull it off? They were so careful to
not to knock over the stanchions, and now here we are.
Yeah, this was
plowing through them.
This was an idea Zach came like really early on in the bank. Was just like, we need to make these stanchions like, physics objects. We need to be able to mess with them. And I was like, we can't mess up with the sanctity of the check. And so we were just like, well, what if we put it at the end?
Is there I don't know how to say what I was going to say, so never mind. I got derailed by the word stanchion, believe it or not.
Yeah, those things do in fact have a name for those who are unaware. Stanchions.
That's why it got me here.
We all had to learn that as a team this year.
What I was going to say is, so it said time to leave. Is it timer based? Like after 3 minutes, however much you gathered, then you have to bail?
No, it's more of just an objective update to just let the player know that's the current thing that you can do if that's what you choose to do.
Gotcha. So were there speed runs among the team?
Not officially, but we got pretty good at it.
Not officially. Okay, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All right, so Sticky Fingers, where can we see it if we want to play it at home? Where can we expect it?
Yeah, it's currently coming soon on Steam. And
we'll plug the next thing. plug our other platform.
Yeah.
And we also have it on itch.io right now.
No. What Carson's not mentioning, we are, I think, one of 2 teams that are going to be launching on the Nintendo Switch.
Which is absolutely fantastic. We mentioned that a little bit earlier in the stream. That is something that our students have kind of unique opportunity is if they want to develop, the graduate students, if they want to develop for the Nintendo Switch, they can. We've done it in a couple years past, and every year there's those teams who, like you were saying, this actually plays to the Switch perfectly because 2 people can be on 2 different Joy-Cons. So that's when I need to play it. Is I need to get that.
There you go.
So you can check it out on Wishlist on Steam, and then keep your eyes on the Nintendo Shop because it'll be coming to the Switch soon.
Yes.
Thank you all for joining me. Thank you for sharing Sticky Fingers, not Sticky Hand. A sticky hand is one of those like.
Yes.
Could also be
yeah.
fitting. Could also be fitting.
Which is the other DLC. So
yes,
that's number 2.
Those ideas are free. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cut to a quick trailer, and then we'll check out another one of our graduate games. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, next room. Whoa! What was that? What was that?
That was the trailer for Hinges, brought to you by Peephole Interactive. I've got 3 of the team members of Peephole Interactive here with me today. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves? Tell us what you do on the team.
Hey, my name is Hayes Geldmacher. I pitch the game, and I'm also a gameplay animator and technical designer and doing some programming for the game.
Hello, my name is Grace, and I am a technical artist on Hinges. My area of expertise on our game was materials.
Hello guys, I'm Alfred. I'm gameplay designer and hardware designer. My technicality is my special is just creating the structure and building the entire booth for us.
All right, thank you guys for being here with us today. What do we have going behind us right here? I see a big red velvet box. What's going on with Hinges?
This is the scariest box ever made. So in Hinges, you play as a security guard at a haunted hotel, and you are trying to clear each room of unwanted guests and malicious visitors by opening a door, knocking on the door, and pulling a yank light inside of a room to check if there are malicious entities inside of each hotel room. You guys want to add anything?
I think that Hinges is a game that really takes a horror atmosphere and brings it into the real world. So the setting in which you are playing the game is also the setting in which you are physically in.
Where did this idea come from? Was this just like a spur of the moment, I have an idea, or was there something that influenced it?
You know, my ideal alternate control game is something that takes daily affordances and an object or like a motion and interaction that an average person does so many times that it loses its meaning, it just becomes a normal thing. And how do we make that defamiliarizing and strange and kind of scary again? So I was after the first day of class, I opened my door into my bedroom and I saw my cat on the bed and I didn't expect him there and I jumped a little bit and I was like, man, doors are something that we take for granted, but there is a real opportunity for tension and sort of some fun fear and not knowing what's going to be on the other side.
So the cat was the moment where the light bulb moment?
Yeah, my fat white cat Binks is responsible for the game.
Is that where the design for the monsters come from, or does that come from something else?
You want to comment on that?
Yeah, so the design for the monsters is pretty much, we took the common fears of our teammates basically and condensed them into separate monsters. So there is no cat, but there is a bunny, so that's kind of related.
Let's talk about the controller for a second. On the outside, we're seeing just a big velvet box. What's going on the internals?
Oh, I think we should go with Construction Guru right here.
So our first iteration is just a door, but we think we're trying to create this very immersive experience for our player. Because when you step into this hallway, you're gonna feel the vibe, the aesthetic of it. So if you see through the curtain, we pull the curtain up, you can see it's actually kind of like a design set. It's kind of like I'm pretty sure there are some people playing it right now, but you can see from the TV that we have this hallway panel, we have this door, and we have this light. Well, those are all of the features adding the aesthetic of the game. And I think that's pretty cool.
That's incredible. Now, what's the construction process behind, something this large? Because there's a full-size door in there, and there's a whole other back room. What was it like actually making the controller?
It's quite difficult. It's not about just creating the structure. We also have to consider about portability, how to disassemble this entire structure. For moving from our studio to 72, or if we're going to GC, we have to move it to San Francisco. So we're making all of the wall panel as an individual, and we put furniture brackets on the connector point, connection point. So whenever you're trying to take this apart, you pull the wall up so you can easily take it apart. And when you're trying to reassemble it, you just, it's kind of like a Lego. So by doing that, we can have this giant hallway to move to wherever we want.
It's pretty incredible. You mentioned GDC. Is that what's next for the team? Are you guys planning on taking this to GDC next year?
We are definitely going to GDC next year. Our team has worked really hard on the project, and we think we've made a really fun, immersive experience. So we hope to be there in San Francisco, March next year.
That's incredible for you guys. And any last words for you, the team?
We are so happy to have worked on this project. If anybody out there hasn't played Hinges, you better get your butt down here and check out our terrifying hallway simulator. You will not regret it.
We all come here to play
Let's go.
Everyone
Could be your worst nightmare.
It would be my worst nightmare if I come in here and play Hinges. They might be right, but you can only find out if you come on down to Building 72. We're not here for much longer today. We've got so many incredible student-made games for you to come try out, like Hinges and all the other all-control games that we've had today. This was the last all-control game. These are our alternative controller games. So you see these big setups behind me, like Hinges and Fathom and all the other games that we've seen today. If you want to try them, you don't have much time. Come on down to Building 72 to check out this game and all the other ones. I want to thank you guys one more time for being here with us. It's incredible to have you guys here with an incredible game.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching the Alternative Controllers games. We're going to send it back to the studio in just a second. Thank you so much.
All right, so you saw there we shifted gears a little bit from an alternative controller to esports. This is something that maybe not a lot of people know about the University of Utah. We have a very robust esports program, and we actually have some people who are involved in that here on the couch. Do you all want to introduce yourselves? You're all familiar with this process. Do you want to introduce yourselves? Tell us how you contribute. What do you do? How do you make Utah esports awesome?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. I'm Nathan. I'm one of the production leads here. I'm responsible for helping get all the varsity esports games streamed. We also do special events like the launch show you're watching right now. That's a lot of what I do.
Yeah, I'm Nick. I'm usually on the production side, so I've done directing, replays, observing, and it's just a really fun task, honestly.
And I'm Logan, otherwise known as a Narwhal. I am the League of Legends varsity top laner, also the team captain, and kind of the one who just runs the show whenever Carson and Chumbai aren't around.
So we'll talk about League of Legends in a minute, but one thing I want to kind of focus on, especially because probably not a lot of people at home not understand, but maybe aren't familiar with because they haven't thought of it. What exactly goes into esports production? Because I have a feeling it's a lot more than maybe a lot of people assume.
Yeah, it is a lot of work. A lot of the times these streams are grouped together by anywhere from 5 to 9 people. For bigger events like today, I think we're up to like 13 to 15 people.
Dang.
So, we've got in-game observers, we've got technical directors, replay operators, someone modding the chat, someone doing our social media and graphics. And all these just sort of have to work together to produce, these high-level streams that you see. And just sort of streamline that entire pipeline to develop the final product.
So exactly what we're doing here today, right? Camera cut to me, camera cut to them, cut to the gameplay, the lower third coming in, all of those things like that. That's handled by our production team. And I don't even know what the hour count would be up to nowadays as far as like number of hours.
I stopped keeping track a couple years ago. I have put in countless hours into this, and I love it. And I'm happy to be here and helping out. And a lot of my evenings, I'm here from like 4 or 5 p.m. to 10, 11 p.m. at night working on streams. And I genuinely just enjoy it. And so I put these huge number of hours in.
For sure. So for people at home who might not be super familiar with the world of esports, could one of you give a rundown on just how it works? Like how teams are fielded, how streams operate, just give people kind of an overview of the world of esports.
Sure.
I think you first. You talk first.
Yeah.
Usually on the production side, if you it's all about just like commitment. So you can sign up whenever, and it's just like you kind of make your own hours, but it doesn't feel like a job. You kind of go in and you just hang out with a bunch of friends.
It's a volunteer-based program. Everyone who
Yes.
does production is volunteer-based.
And you go in and you get assigned a role, director, observer, something, and you usually get there an hour early, and you have to set up everything. You have to make sure cameras are working. You have to make sure that the players are okay. And it's a whole process at the beginning, but once the show really gets rolling, that's when like the production really picks up, and
For
it's
sure.
just a lot of cutting and a lot of just replays, and it's a lot of communication.
Most of the work is set up, and then you have like 1 to 2 really hectic hours of, all right, stream's going, and then it smooths out.
And then you get to pass out for a little bit.
Yeah. On the flip side of that, I think Logan has some comments about esports itself.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely talk about like as a player and like running the show. I mean, usually on the player side of things, it's a very long-term commitment. Usually teams will last 1 to 2 semesters, usually both semesters. We try and establish like a core roster and like some substitutes around the start of the year, and then stick through it throughout the season up throughout spring, as like our season is almost over, not quite. We have like 2 more games to go or so, but basically everyone else is done. But it is a long process, and it's a long ways to make sure teams like mesh and like figure out all this stuff, because like you're getting like 5 to 10 new players and trying to mesh them together, barring any veterans like myself or any of my other teammates that came back from prior years. It's a long process, and I mean, I've lost complete count of the amount of hours me and the rest of my team have dumped into playing League of Legends, or like in any of the teams. This goes for them as well. There's a lot of work on your own, in scrimmages, and playing in actual tournaments. The league team, we played in like 3 different events this year, and it was a ride.
I mean, it's also like you guys are doing tryouts, as you were saying. Then you've got like your weekly practices and your weekly scrims, and then you've got your actual matches as well. And
I think it comes out to about like 4-ish days a week. Well, I think it's because it was like, obviously depending on the timing, but that was kind of what it worked out to some days, and there was a lot of weekends I spent playing League of Legends.
Well, and so something that's really interesting, and again, I keep referencing the folks at home because I know that there was a time when I didn't know a lot about esports. I still don't know a lot about esports, but something that I remember when AJ, who's the director of esports here, he explained to me, he's like, nobody owns football. So someone can just make a football team. Nobody owns basketball, so someone can just make a basketball team. But with games that we're talking about, things like Overwatch and League of Legends things, those are actually made by companies who own them. So how do the leagues actually get formed as far as, I can go make a football team. Can I go make a League of Legends team?
So that's a 2-part question, really.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak on, so there is like kind of levels of competition. I mean, the same way you would have like you can like have a 5-man stack and like go play a random game of League of Legends against some other random 5-game stack in like flex or normal lobbies. But if you're looking for like a competitive league, your best bet is either like a random organizational servers, or, as is more common, the varsity program, like here, or like various colleges will come together and run tournaments for the various games. This is stuff like, sometimes they're connected to the company, like CLOL and CVAL, which have been pretty much a mainstay of ours, or it's a bunch of colleges coming together, like the recent PEC League or Division 1, which are also leagues the league team has been playing in. There's a lot of leagues.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not confusing at all, I swear.
There's lots of League of Legends.
The big difference is the amount of funding that goes in.
Sure.
Because like I could go and I could get, I could start a league in my basement and just reach out to like 8 different colleges and start a league with 8 colleges for my basement. There's going to be no prize money. There's going to be no support for it.
Of course.
Whereas, as Logan was saying, like Division 1 and PEC have a lot more funding behind them, and so they're able to get marketing materials and streams and prize pools, and they're able to pull a lot bigger of a crowd of better schools as well, and for the leagues like that.
Very, very cool. So what teams are we currently fielding as far as teams that we play here at the U as part of the varsity program?
I'm gonna see if I can get them all in one go. League of Legends, Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege, Valorant. Did I already say Overwatch?
Yes.
Rocket League.
There you go.
Should be 5. Yeah,
That's the 5 teams we do right now.
Yep. And that's really cool because you mentioned right now, right? Because like Hearthstone used to be one that
we had like we had multiple national championships in Hearthstone before the Hearthstone as an esports kind of died.
And is that just more of driven by just kind of like general interest as far as like, there were just not as many teams?
It's a variety of things. General interest, how popular the game is, support that it's given. Hearthstone as a whole, the game kind of slowed down a lot, and the esports scene disappeared.
Sure.
And so when there's no pro esports scene, there can't be a collegiate esports scene, really.
That makes sense.
No one's going to watch college if there's not pro.
So you mentioned Overwatch. Are we currently doing Overwatch or Overwatch 2?
Overwatch 2.
Okay.
Well, now it's
They just went back.
Now it is. You're right. They
not
reverted
confusing at
the
all.
title.
It's all confusing.
It's that trend of like anytime we have a new thing, we're just gonna name it what the old thing is.
It's nostalgia.
And
Something like that.
Do you have any final words to everybody at home who's watching this about? I mean, obviously you are dedicating good portions of your lives to this. Do you have anything final words that you want to share with everybody?
It's
Give
a
it
ton of
shot.
fun. Yeah.
Give it a shot. This is my first year ever doing it, and I have had so much fun just meeting new people and just trying out something. They just throw you in and say, hey, give it a shot.
We train you. This is year 4 for me. It's a lot of fun. I would highly recommend it. Esports as a whole is a ton of fun, and we stream everything to our Twitch channel, which about half of you guys are probably watching on right now.
Yeah.
I will just leave it at if you're interested in playing esports, come try out. The worst we can tell you is no.
There it is. All right, friends. Well, thank you so much for sharing insight into this world that is a huge part of gaming programs, but that maybe people aren't as familiar with. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we're going to get back to some more games. So we'll see you in just one moment. Avast me hearties, that be Marrowtide. Should I commit to the bit and talk to this in the entire... Should I do the entire interview in this voice?
Oh, well, I don't think I'd be able to match it all that
right,
well.
Then I won't do it. That was Marrowtide. I neglected to introduce last time that the last games that we saw were the last of our graduate games, and now we are diving back into our undergraduate games. The first batch that we saw was from one capstone class, and we actually have so many undergrads that we have had over the years, we've had to divide it into 2 classes so that everyone can make awesome games. So we have a team with us here that's made Marrowtide. Do you all want to introduce yourself and tell us what you did on the game?
Yeah, sure. So I am David Turnley. I have been working as the lead programmer and engineer for this game. There has been a lot of different technical challenges we've had to go through. We've got a pretty small engineering team, so there's been a lot of work to do, but it has been fun.
Yeah, I'm Noah Belknap, and I'm a 3D artist for the team, but also a team lead. So just kind of worked with all of the artists to make sure that we got everything that we could into the game, make it look good.
Yeah.
And then I'm Camden Hines. I was the design lead for Marrowtide, focusing on the level design and all the post-process effects that went into it.
Awesome. And then you have someone in the booth playing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's that?
That is Braden Jones. They have helped a lot in terms of both design and art. A lot of the background, like rock textures and those sorts of things, that's pretty much all his work. It's been fantastic.
Very cool. So we're looking at the gameplay now, but to everyone at home, explain what is Marrowtide.
So, Marrowtide is a top-down strategy deck-building game inspired a lot by Slay the Spire and XCOM. The general idea is that we wanted to have a sort of XCOM-like level wherein you can do different environmental effects. So, throw down some spikes on the ground, catch the ground on fire, like as you can see here in the gameplay. That can do a lot of damage, and the creativity that comes from mixing these different things together. That's the whole concept. That is what we have been trying to get at.
It looks like you're executing it perfectly. I love the blend of a deck building plus like a terrain strategy tactics kind of game. XCOM is one of my absolute favorite games of all time, so the minute I saw this, I was like, yep, my heart's going out to this. I actually, on a very personal note, am very upset that Elon Musk changed the name of Twitter to X, because every time I see a link that says x.com,
that is so
I think that there's news about XCOM, and it makes me very sad that there's no.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, enough about that. So, you mentioned your team and you mentioned different things. How did the breakdown of your team go as far as how many people you had versus what disciplines they were doing?
So the majority of our team is artists. Art lead over here, they've had to do a lot of managing to get that entire team all together. Luckily,
it definitely shows, right?
Yeah, the game looks fantastic. In terms of the engineering team, we've luckily had a very small team, and so we've been able to be very focused, working very well together to just get every single process going, how we want it to be. And the design team has done a fantastic job with the way that our system works. Pretty much each designer can be making their own levels, so we've got 17 different levels in the game.
Dang.
Yeah. Because each designer can just work on their own level, start to finish, and it works. It's great.
That is really impressive. Most student games that come from Orient, especially Capstone, don't have that much content behind it. But now, on kind of the flip side of that, is there anything that you wish you could have had? If only we had another month. We could have implemented this thing, or we could have polish this other thing. What would you do if you had just a little bit more time, or if you could go back in time now, knowing what you know, and going back in time and trying it again?
I've got a couple boring answers to that question. Camden, do you have anything specifically there?
At least for the game, I think having a second arc, because our game follows a story on one map. You go from the start all the way to the boss. I think adding another aspect similar to Slay the Spires, we're adding a second act where you play on top, keep building your deck, and get basically beat the second final boss.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's a good answer. You said you have a couple boring answers. Is there anyone that is passionate that you really, really wish you could do it again?
Tooltips. Weirdly enough, it's tooltips.
That's not weird at all. That quality of life features are way more important than people give them credit for.
Fair. But yeah, it's the tooltips have been there, in the data tables and all the files for so long, but they're just not viewed pretty much anywhere in the game. It's that sort of a deal.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Gotcha. So as you're making this game, did you experience any kind of you mentioned kind of an abundance of artists, both environment artists, you have 2D artists making the cards, you have VFX artists doing all this cool stuff. Did you encounter any kind of technical limitations or things that maybe put obstacles in your way of being able to execute the full vision that you had?
Yeah, I think time would be a big one for that. In general, our artists were grateful enough that they were able to, keep a coherent art style. Basically, at the beginning of our time, not this last semester, but the semester prior to that, we spent a lot of time just coming up with a mood board, something that each artist could reference when they're modeling, texturing, all that kind of stuff. So I think overall, we mainly just wanted to make sure that it was all kind of coherent with that. I think if we had more time, we would potentially work on VFX a little bit more as well. Just trying to get more life into it. None of us were really super confident in our animation skills. And so we opted for VFX to kind of be our life to the game.
Sure, yeah.
And shout out to Austin, he did a really good job on that. But I think with some more time, and maybe some less limiting factors, if more of us had some capabilities of getting those VFX in to kind of liven the world a little bit more, that would be something that...
It's really kind of fascinating, though, that we always talk about, like, constraint breeds creativity and things like that. And, like, the little kind of, like, board game piece movement and stuff totally works and totally plays.
Yeah.
And it's only afterwards that you're like, it's because we had a hard time with animation.
Exactly.
But it totally fits, right? And
Right.
so I think that's awesome that little things like that always kind of arise as you're making games. So talked about XCOM, worst thing in the world. Hey, look, it's a 95% shot. I shoot, I miss, and I don't blame myself as a player. I blame the game for cheating. How do you prevent that in a game like this, where players don't get frustrated with like the game itself?
So a lot of the core of the game is that we want it to be as strategy focused as it could. So there is a very small amount of actually random things that can be done in the game. For example, in the footage right now, there is the gambler's dice. That is pretty much the only luck-based attack there is, and it is specifically existing there for that reason. But in general, one of the concepts that we've had is the player should have perfect information of what is going to happen. Enemies show the amount of damage they're going to do. They show where they're going to move. You know pretty much exactly what an enemy is going to do on their turn, and because of that, you can predict them, and the game feels a little bit more fair in that sense.
For sure. Is that something that you had to... I imagine you probably put a lot of playtesting into a game like this, as far as...
Yes, a lot of playtesting.
As balance and how powerful the cards are, how many cards you have at once. Was that something like, have you been dialing that in until last night?
Yes, we've been doing a lot of playtesting. Even from the start of the semester, we did paper prototyping.
Very cool.
So we built out the levels in the game, had fake figurines, and played out all the cards to make sure everything was balanced and worked well. And even up until late, every day we're doing playtests, make sure everything balanced, everything's fair, all enemies are killable, and you can get through the level.
Yeah, it wasn't even until like 2 or 3 months into development that you could even play a card. So it was a lot of paper prototypes at the beginning, getting every single bit of that balance in that we could. And the general focus of that was that the engineers would know exactly what effects do we need to do, what effects do the designers want, and every single one of those we add in. We do this, we do that, everything.
Well, and the kind of tricky part about like paper prototyping like that, or having level design tools or things like that, is they require such an upfront commitment that you're just like, I really hope we can make it effective, because if they're effective, boom, right? You can, you know, you have an incredibly solid product, but it can always be a little bit risky before then.
Yeah, that is literally exactly what happened. We spent a ton of time building these upfront tools, and then after a while, our progression was just exponential. It was fantastic. That's why we've been able to do so much.
Awesome. Well, if people want to play Morrowind, how can they find it?
Marrowtide. It's all good.
We had
it
a whole
happens.
thing about the name, and I'm done.
But yes, Marrowtide can be found on Steam. The current build of the game that is being played here for the launch day event will be available very soon on Steam as an update. The export totally wasn't made at 11 p.m. last night. So, yeah, it'll be there soon.
All right, so check out Marrowtide, not Morrowind, the freaking Elder Scrolls game.
Great
check
game.
out Marrowtide on Steam, and you too can have a strategic pirate adventure. Thank you for all joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to show another trailer for another one of our games, and then we'll talk to that team. So we'll see you in just one sec. All right, Spellcaster. Looks like a fun, looks like a cozy, looks like a cute game. We have some of the dev team here with us. Would you like to introduce yourselves and tell us who you are and what you did on Spellcaster?
Really quick, I hate to be this guy because I know the Morrowind thing just happened.
Are
Our
you
game
kidding?
is
No.
called Spellcatcher.
No,
not
they told me.
caster.
They told me. They said it is called Spellcaster.
Yeah, no. Spellcatcher. It was a good try though. You almost got it.
You're 0 for 2. No one's keeping
In
track.
our-
of it.
in our experience.
Technically,
It's a good
I'm
effort.
like 11 for 14, but
Whoa.
Spellcatcher. Heavens
Yes.
to Betsy. Please tell me what you did on Spellcatcher.
All right, my name's Skylar Bohannon. I was the lead producer for Spellcatcher.
I'm Thomas McDonald. I was the lead designer.
I'm Jonathan Draney. I was the lead engineer.
All right, and then do you have someone in the booth playing the game as well?
I believe we have one of our level designers, Jonathan Kerr.
Perfect. So for the folks at home, we saw the trailer, but what is Spellcatcher?
Spellcatcher is a 3D platformer, open world, animal collector. I don't want to keep throwing a bunch of like genres out, but it's similar to Slime Rancher.
Survival, horror,
Yeah.
deck builder, roguelite.
And that's the first half of the list.
Yes, beautiful. Sorry,
No.
but continue.
It's just a cozy, casual game where the goal for the player is to just explore. You have a wand, you use magical spells to collect these animals throughout the world. As you can see in the gameplay, he's just collected the first animal for the tutorial. And on the left side of the screen, those are your spells that you can use. The top one is a radar spell. It'll reveal animals. Then you have a capture spell. You have a slime spell and a water spell.
So all I'm saying is that you are casting spells and you're catching creatures.
Correct.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's close enough.
It's close. You were close. We would give you that kind of credit. Unfortunately, it was wrong.
I know. So how did this game come to be? From like, was this the original idea? Was it something that came about as the development cycle continued?
Oh boy, this is a touchy question for our group. We definitely had big prospects for this game. When it came to like the group creation, we did this whole forum where we kind of figured out what we wanted to make, and we decided to pick Slime Rancher. And then going into a game like Slime Rancher, we're deciding if we want to do things like planting flora so that we can feed the animals, and then these like intertwining sort of mechanics. And then, as I think with most capstone groups, we realize that scope is insane. It's just not possible. So
Good of you to realize it, though, because there's a lot of groups that don't, right?
yeah, no, our group has made so many cuts, but I mean, we're all so happy with where we are now. I mean, seriously, it's like we really had a computer software and not really a full game until the second semester, which is not normal for most groups.
For sure. So will you walk us through what we're seeing right now on the screen? You had mentioned there's spells, and then does each type of creature require a different kind of spell? Do they affect the environment? Give us a little bit of a walkthrough here.
A couple spells that are interacting with the environment would be the slime spell, and the slime spell can launch interactable rocks that we have structured around the level, made by our level designers. And we also have the bioscan spell, as you just saw there a couple seconds ago, was used to what's it called? Reveal. Yeah, reveal is the right word. Reveal a mushroom creature that was hiding among the other flora that we have around it, and then you would capture it, and then you bring it back to your plots, and then you put them in, and they gather data for you.
Very cool. So at the bottom here, we see it's like 1 out of 5, 1 out of 5. Is that kind of the win state of the game, is once you've collected enough of each of these creatures?
It's more like the total that you can hold in each slot.
Okay, so how does progression occur, or
it's about to happen right now, actually.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you go ahead.
It's almost as if I
Okay,
planned that
okay.
perfectly.
Yes, we are. The progression of the game is to capture the creatures and then return them to the plot, where you'll see in the top right here that they are gathering data. And one of the goals of the game is to earn a static amount of data, which is 10,000 currently here. We have a couple of goals to the game. Some are more funny, like we have a slime ability that allows you to launch the animals into the sky, and they kind of explode comically, and then that's one of the goals if you do that with enough of them. But that was more for a fun factor. But the data progression is that you just gather more data, buy more plots, and then just the more you have essentially in your plot, the more you get.
I believe it's firework time. This guy's about to get sent to the stratosphere if he hits this shot. And fireworks. There's the fireworks.
So was exploding animals one of your pillars of design that you started with?
Definitely not. I think it just happened to come about during playtesting when we were in the first semester. We found that whenever anyone used the slime spell, they just constantly launched them in the air, and they were having a blast with it. So we decided to kind of just lean into it and just make it way more entertaining by having them explode in the air. Usually they would just get sent to an infinite skybox, and then they would just never land.
So what were some of the like, was coziness always something you were aiming for? What other things kind of helped guide you as you all made this game together?
As we were making the game together, it definitely was intended to keep it a cozy vibe, as you can tell from like the subtle soundtrack that's also playing during the gameplay. We leaned more into the funny factor when it seemed like our scope was getting a bit too large, I guess, because we wanted to have a more cozy game that had a lot of systems to it, like we mentioned before, like the planting, the feeding. We wanted to really replicate Slime Rancher's appeal in that way. But when it came to the point where we had to cut some things and things like that, we definitely prioritized more of the fun factor, like the exploding creatures into the atmosphere and things like that. So we just wanted to make it more of a fun experience rather than have it be like some technical marvel, because that just was never going to be in our scope.
For sure, for sure. So all three of you have mentioned the different kind of parts that you've been involved in. What are each of yours favorite parts or favorite aspects of the game?
That's a great question.
Well, as an engineer, I'm going to say the engineering side of things, of course.
Specifically, though.
So, one of the things that we wanted to do was to have like puzzles for the creatures in our game, and so we have, of course, the first one, right, the introductory one that isn't really complicated at all to capture. But then the other two that are in the game require a combination of spells to use, and so making these like gameplay systems that interact with each other was something that we wanted to do really early on, and it was difficult to figure out how that fit into our scope in some ways. But for me, all of these gameplay systems that we have underlying, of course, we have about 9,000 lines of code across our entire project, which for 3 engineers is a good amount, I think.
Dang, yeah.
And so there's a lot of stuff that we work on as engineers that you don't get to appreciate as much just from seeing the gameplay, of course, because those are the backbones of what make up the game.
But the fact that the game exists, you're like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that's ours. Awesome. You know, it's wonderful.
Yeah. What about for the two of you?
I mean, firework time. I love sending things to the stratosphere. You just can't take that away from me. It's so funny when they explode.
That was a bug at first as well, and people liked it, and so we kept it. People kept launching animals and felt bad about it, and still kept doing it. It had, we had to make it like
some of the best features out there began as bugs that just ended up being way too fun.
That's just part of the game development cycle, man. Love to just call it a feature.
Definitely one of my favorite parts is the launching of creatures, for sure. It is very, very entertaining, and I think the most intriguing part to me was all of the variety of creatures that we ended up having by the end of the game. At the start, we really only had the one that you capture, and it was more like just a test product to make sure you could capture something.
Sure.
And then once we got all the spells, like combinations going, where you needed Bioscan to get one spell, you need the water spell to get another, and then once we all had the combination of spells capturing each creature, it really started to take shape as a concept rather than just being something that was really in prototype phase.
So what I'm hearing is that Spellcatcher 2 to the Moon is going to be the sequel, and it's just entirely going to be a game about launching animals.
Yeah, Spellcatcher 2, or maybe even Spellcaster.
See, there you go. See, you're on board. You caught the vision.
Yeah, maybe.
I appreciate that. If people wanted to play Spellcatcher at home, where could they find it?
Right now, it's on itch.io is the main place to go find it. Ideally, we're going to be putting it up on Steam within the next 1 to 2 weeks, so if you could check it out on Steam after games launch, that'd be awesome.
Okay, so itch.io for right now, Steam coming soon. Spellcatcher, not Adam the Dummy Spellcaster. Thank you for all joining me. We're going to cut to a quick break, and then we'll get back with more of our awesome capstone games. And that, of course, was the trailer for Bounty. Oh, I mean Tide. See, you just got to play into it. If you keep messing up, you just got to own it. That was the trailer for Tide. Another pirate-themed game, and I say another in a positive way. I think the world needs more pirate-themed games, so I'm here for it.
They do. We also need another pirate movie.
We do.
Yeah.
No, this is a whole spiel that I'm not going to go on, but I agree with you. We'll talk later. I have two members of the dev team here with me. Do you want to introduce yourselves, talk about who you are and what you did on Tide?
Hi, I'm Logan. I'm a character artist. I also did the environment, textures, animations, rigs, a lot of the art stuff.
Hi, I'm Tony, and I did majorly programming and a lot of VFX and tech art and material and these kind of stuff. Yeah.
All right. And do you have anybody in the booth playing?
Yeah, we do.
Give them a shout out since they're not on the mic.
Jackson and Shreyas. And actually, a lot of our game is multiplayer, so anyone playing at the booth right now, they're probably in the game.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That'll be really exciting. So tell us about Tide. We obviously saw a bunch of anglerfish crabs, but tell us what it is, how it came to be.
So the basic, I thought someone else was talking. The basic story is that you stole treasure from the ocean, and the ocean creatures are coming to get it back. So your stockpile of treasure is in the very back of the map, and that's where they're going. This game was inspired by Orcs Must Die, which is a game that heavily relies on like player abilities, towers, and weapons to protect their like rift. So I guess in our game, the rift is just the treasure.
And so as Orcs Must Die, the capstone instructor said that everybody had a game for inspiration.
Yes,
Was
a
Orcs Must
reference
Die-
game.
Okay, yeah, reference game. So you're running around, you have your own character abilities, but then you're also placing towers in the environment.
Yeah, we're less ability heavy. We do have 2 abilities. You can shoot and do damage, or you can charge shot, which releases a bubble that traps your enemy for a little bit.
Yeah, I saw all of them getting lifted up to the sky a little bit earlier. So that's got to be something that, like, I mean, we talk a lot about balancing in games, but as far as like, okay, how powerful are the towers? How fast are the enemies? Things like that. Was there a lot of kind of like either play testing inside the team, outside the team? Was there a lot of iteration upon, oh wait, this is way too powerful, this isn't powerful enough? How did you get to where you're at right now?
So we have a pretty complex tower leveling system. So basically, you get different levels of towers by chances. Let's say
okay.
we have like 5 different levels. Like the level 5 is like the Easter egg is like 1% chance you will get from the regular shop, but you can always combine 3 of the same level towers into a better one. So the way to do like balancing is more of like the probability. So if you get more probability, let's say, I'll just say the probability in getting the green tower is like 75 to like 90%. So the damage of the green towers will be low. So we don't worry about like players stacking a bunch of green towers and then, you know, just smurf the entire game. But we tend to do the balance less heavily rather than have the player to kind of, you know, think about, hey, if I do this combo of the towers, or do I level up towers right now, or do I keep, you know, the towers where it is? And then also we have different towers do different mechanics. So like if you combine the icing towers with the shooting towers, they might, you know, increase the DPS of the shooting towers.
Sure. You had mentioned earlier multiplayer. If people are playing outside in Building 72, they might be playing. How does the multiplayer aspect of this work?
So we're building this game based on the Steam server. So basically, it's a listen server, which you will hold a server on your local PC as the host, and then your friends can join you through a Steam list. Yeah.
And so are there multiple, like, we can obviously only see the perspective of this player. Are there theoretically other players running around as pirates? Are the people playing the crabs? How does the integration of multiplayer work?
So you all play as pirates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on this design, since I saw this trailer, I wanted to mention this. I love the fact that this pirate has their jacket on their shoulders with the sleeves hanging down, but then their arms are not in the sleeves.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that in a game before, and I love it. Was that something that like you stumbled upon? Was that something that you were like, I've always wanted to see a character like this?
Well, I guess the concept artist said that they really wanted it. Actually making it in 3D was actually kind of a challenge because typically when you make clothing, you extrude it from the body.
Yeah.
Unless you're using Marvelous Designer. So just thinking about how the sleeves would fall without the arms inside them, and like how to make the jacket without the body being inside it.
Sure.
That was kind of a challenge, but it was really fun.
Did you ever put a coat on your shoulders and just take video footage of yourself walking around to see
No.
where the sleeves are falling?
I kind of just guessed.
I mean, it
Yeah.
looks great. I know that's how the old school Disney people would do it. They'd like put a cloak on themselves and run down the hallway to see how it would react.
Yeah.
So you also mentioned, Logan, that you did environment design. Is this the environment that we're looking at now? Is this the environment that is played throughout the game, or are there other either parts of this environment or other environments as well?
So there were plans for other portions of the environment, but a lot of the feedback we got was that the level we have already is just too big. So that left us with making either another level or just trying to improve the level we built already. So we just chose to improve improve the level we built already by like improving the textures, the buildings, basically just polishing the level to its best. Like if you saw in the trailer, the roofs actually were completely flat and they had like a tile texture on them. We actually completely revamped all the buildings. Like we added windows, stone tiles on the bottom, and then roof tiles on the top, like physical roof tiles. So yeah, we only have one level because we just wanted to polish one really big one.
There is nothing wrong with one beautiful level at all. So as far as these crab anglerfish that are, do you have a name for them, incidentally?
They're actually called anglers.
They are called anglers. Okay. So the anglers that are invading, is it a endless thing? Is it just wave after wave and you just see how long you survive, or is there actually an end game that once you've defeated wave 10, you've now won the game?
Well,
yeah, that's
well, we don't. Well, initially you could make it endless.
Sure.
But we certainly because there's a gradually growing curve of like both the enemy health and then counts and then all these kind of stuff. You can theoretically play infinite, but we added a winning condition. So, for player who's not willing to like play for like infinite, there's a goal. There's a point that you learn the game enough, and then you're more familiar with the game enough that you can handle. It's a kind of proof of you can handle like infinite wave.
I do appreciate that as someone who is always trying to complete everything and fulfill everything. I like being able to say, like, don't worry, you did it. You're okay. There's nothing left to prove. That's all right. All right. So if people want to play Tide on their own and have their own pirate tower defense adventure, how can they do that? Where can they find it?
You can find us on Steam. Yeah.
Or Steam right now?
Yeah, right now. Like we're fully released on Steam.
Okay. And is there a single player option if players want to just play single player, or is it only multiplayer?
Yeah, so if you just want to play single player, you just hit host game. And if you want to play multiplayer, you can either join a friend or you can just press join random and join a random game that's hosted.
Be the random guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you can go play right now. They're going to check their downloads later today, and hopefully they'll see a spike at this exact moment because people will have been downloading it as we speak. Thank you both for sharing your time with me. Thanks for sharing Tide with us. We are going to show another trailer for another one of our capstone games.
Thank you.
Yeah. mayhem throughout the kitchen, culinary mayhem. Looks fantastic, looks fun, and makes me hungry, actually. So, probably because it said the word eat like multiple times. It's not subliminal message, it's supraliminal messaging that's just right in your face. We have a couple of the team from Culinary Mayhem here. Would you like to introduce yourselves, say who you are, and what you did on the game?
Hi, I'm Lucas Escobar, game design lead, level designer, and
I'm Hayden Hogan-Doriot. I was one of the lead producers on the project.
All right, and do you have anybody in the booth who's going to be playing it?
Yes, we do. Actually, our one of our artists is playing it right now.
Fantastic. Okay, so we'll cut to that footage in a second. So aside from Eat, which again was my main takeaway from the trailer, tell everybody at home, what is Culinary Mayhem?
So take your classic boomer shooter, Doom, Ultra Kill, Quake, and put a new coat of paint on it. Instead of it being gritty and based in some really strange hardcore environment, you're in this friendly kitchen, vibrant environment this time, but keep all the movement, all the chaos, and all of that.
I love that. The juxtaposition is fantastic. Are either of you two familiar with Chex Quest?
Yes,
okay.
I am. Are you?
I'm not.
It was made with the original Doom engine, but you were playing like a guy shooting you don't think you were shooting checks at people. I think you were collecting Chex cereal. So that's what it reminded me of when you're like, yes, boomer shooter in an environment where it does not belong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think Chex Quest. That is a good game. That's that makes sense.
So how did this idea come to be?
This came about from we all wanted to decide on what game we wanted, and when we decided we wanted we liked Ultra Kill, boomer shooters of that nature. The theme really came around later, I believe.
One of our artists took over. We were like, we want to do a first-person shooter. We want to make it a boomer shooter. It's a nice, scopable project. And one of our artists was like, let's do something a little more cutesy instead of so gritty and hardcore. And it just kind of combined, and it worked well, actually.
That's awesome. So for everybody at home, if you weren't tuned in earlier, we spoke with some of the professors who mentioned that at the capstone level, all of the teams will start with a reference game or reference games, and then they'll kind of iterate from there, with one of the main focuses being play to your team's strengths. Design the game around what you have, not what you wish you had or what you could have had. So when you're saying, we wanted to make this, we all knew we wanted to make it, but we didn't know what we wanted it to be. I think that's a perfect example of we had members of the team who could do this, and so we decided to go for it. Aside from just the desire to make a first-person boomer shooter, were there any other pillars of your design or things that you were trying to echo as far as your game development went?
Well, one of the things we wanted to change up from a big inspiration was Ultra Kill, and one of the things we didn't quite enjoy in Ultra Kill was the tighter level design. So we wanted to make levels a lot more spacious and give you more room to have more flexibility, more movement. Another game we were inspired by was Titanfall, though that was a little bit too ambitious to really go in that direction.
We're gonna make the next Titanfall. It's fine.
Right, but no. We took elements from Titanfall, with the wall running. Because you don't see many games with very flexible wall running, and we wanted to put that into more of this type of space, right?
Out of curiosity, did the wall running come as a result of having bigger levels, or did the bigger levels come as a result of wanting to be able to wall run?
Wanting to be able to wall run, but
yeah, initially in a vertical slice, the players were having a hard time combining the moving and the shooting, so we were like, let's give the player as much space as possible with as much runnable walls as possible so that they can just combo their way all the way to the end of each of the levels. So that was really cool to deal with.
Was that a gameplay pattern that you found that the more people were playing it, the more they were kind of not necessarily showing off, but the more they were taking full advantage of the systems that you created
of
for
course.
them?
Yeah, 100%.
How do you go about balance, right, is the main thing that comes out of this. Is okay, you have to worry about the speed of the player, while running, the speed of player while running and jumping, which seems to be, or at least there's like a little bit of a boost going on. Speed of the enemies, the damage of the enemies, the size of the rooms. That sounds like that could be just like a nightmare if not handled properly.
You can say it's a culinary mayhem, right? But no, I think honestly it wasn't too bad. One of the actual harder features to really balance around was actually the healing dash move, because it makes it conflicts with like damage, right? So it's like having too much health recovered makes enemies too easy, but if it's too little, then you can die really quickly. Overall, though, the levels and enemies weren't really that bad to work around. Besides that, I think it was also kind of difficult to work with more tighter rooms, which is why we always really prefer to have bigger open rooms. It just made things way easier for the players, way easier for us to design stuff.
For sure. So the person in the booth who's playing this right now is kind of getting in this stage of going up to the cheese and then down the ramp. Are there other levels? Are there other spaces to this level? How does that all work?
This is the challenge mode right now. So
Okay, gotcha.
this one is like an endless arena. I think like Call of Duty Zombies.
Yeah, of course.
So they're just like trying to survive for as long as possible and get as far. And it's like very long. I think it's 40 levels, and gets progressively way more difficult over time. While the main mode does have a more linear, you're going through a big pathway, going through a level to an end destination.
Okay, and is the lore behind the levels that you're going through when you're not in challenge mode? Are you inside of a fridge? Are you inside of a kitchen?
Well, the story of the game is that you're a chef that's having a nightmare right now. He's lost his stars. His what was?
Yeah, you
The
can't say
Michelin
Michelin
stars.
because it's trademarked. So they're the Michelin stars.
Michelin.
That was Fernando actually who gave us that idea.
That is beautiful.
So you're kind of you're in a weird dreamscape. You're in this nightmare. You lost your Michelin stars, your Michelin stars, and you want to get them back, and the food is attacking you. So it's a little strange.
I was looking for a place where I could get tires. We got you covered. I also was looking for good food. Dude, we've got you covered. I think that is a fascinating. I love the nightmare aspect. Did your team get together and say like, okay, how many people hate broccoli? How many people hate mushroom? Like, was the enemy design based off of anyone's particularly dislike for those foods, or was it just kind of what made sense to the artists?
So the cookie here, you can see some of them will jump up and throw a chocolate chip at you. We wanted food that looked like either ranged or melee variants. So the broccoli looks like it'll come and headbutt you. The mushroom looks like come and headbutt you. So those are your melee variants. And then the cookie's one of the range variants, and it'll just take a chocolate chip, jump up in the air, or you can see it like kind of pull its arms back, and it'll throw it at you. So the food decisions were all based around the mechanics. Even the onion, he just died too. The onion itself was like, we want an onion in the game. Let's make it roll and dash towards the player. So
I think there's a lot of genius to that, right? Like being able to telegraph information to players can be more difficult than people think, or if not more difficult, it's something that they don't even really put thought into.
Yeah.
It's like, I made this cool bad guy cool. So I love the fact that you put, okay, like what would, if broccoli was going to attack me, it's obviously not going to shoot me. It's going to use that head. Onion, it's big and round. I think that's actually like kudos to the team for creating that, because I think that's awesome. So if people want to have their own Michelin nightmares, how can they experience Culinary Mayhem?
it's up on Steam now. You can download
Right
it
now.
now. Yep, right now. And actually, the build with the endless mode will be on later today. It's currently being tested right now with people to come in through the game's launch.
So if you're here and you want to test it, if you're in Salt Lake, you can come by right now. Otherwise, you can go onto Steam also right now to download it. Or if you want to wait for like the horde mode, wait till later tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, my friends, thank you so much for joining me on the couch. Thank you for sharing Culinary Mayhem with us. What we're going to do is we're going to cut to a quick break here, and then we will be right back with some more games. That was Dispel, a game that you all on the couch probably don't know. That the running gag today has been that people are making scary games, and they scare me because I'm a big chicken. However, that had spooky vibes, not scary vibes, and so I hope that's what you were going for, because I'm sitting a lot better with that than I am some of the other games that we've been seeing today. Yeah. So Dispel, we have 3 members of the dev team with us. Do you all want to introduce yourselves? Tell us who you are and what you did on Dispel.
Sure. I'm Ava. I've been our producer for the game, and I've been handling a lot of the marketing stuff as well.
All right.
I'm Bodie Criswell. I'm one of the engineers on our team.
I'm Brennan Castro. I'm an artist.
All right. And then do you have anybody in the booth who's going to be playing?
Yes.
Shout out to them.
Yes, we have Timothy in our booth who's going to be driving our playtest today.
All right. Fantastic. So we saw some spookiness in the trailer, but what is Dispel?
Well,
what isn't Dispel?
Let's see. Dispel is our best effort at a horror game set in a fantasy setting, specifically a wizard academy in this case.
Okay. How did that idea come about?
Do either of you two remember our age-old design sessions?
So long ago.
I think for the most part, we had really wanted to make something kind of like modular and repeatable, and so we came about as just like a classroom would be like the best way to go about that. Okay. Because our original design had been much more procedural than the actual game ended up, but in the end we ended up with a much more kind of railroaded, cutscene heavy like horror experience that we wanted to deliver on.
Okay. And sorry.
A lot of our team members were also into the idea of doing something with a darker aesthetic.
Sure. So was that, as far as like your core design pillars or the things that you set out to do from the beginning, was horror one of the main guiding things? If so, what else was guiding the direction as you made this?
Horror was definitely one of the main guiding things. Everything else has changed quite a bit over the course of...
Yeah. I think something that we really wanted to incorporate was the idea of actually being able to trap the monsters, and that was something that we really wanted to nail down right from the go.
Okay. And so you say horror was the same, everything else has kind of changed. Where did it start out versus where we are? You said classroom, but like, was it originally an urban setting? Like, how did we get to where we are?
We did throw around a lot of those kind of ideas, because our reference game was Silent Hill, specifically Silent Hill 2, and so we had talked about doing like an urban town, like maybe something like Resident Evil style almost, even, where you're like exploring an abandoned whatever, and you are trying to solve puzzles and like trap monsters within it. But overall, we ended up deciding on doing something more indoor, just because it felt better for our scope, as far as like being more segmented in our levels.
Not having to worry about skyboxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Things
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
And so the fantasy aspect, did that blend with the horror, or was that just like hey, our artist really wanted to do fantasy art and it just so happened to get together? How did the fantasy aspect get
kind of the second one.
Really?
Yeah, pretty much.
Really? I think it was more planned out.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
We had wanted to do... My feeling at the beginning of development was that there really aren't that many horror games that use like a fantasy aesthetic. It's often like modern sci-fi, like medical settings, that sort of thing. I felt like a fantasy setting would be a little more interesting, a little bit of a different, interesting design direction to take the game.
Do we need to right now like brainstorm where the next horror like genre is going to be? Like horror school bus. Make it happen.
Yeah.
So as your team was making this, what were some of the biggest challenges that you faced, or obstacles that you found that you had to overcome? Yeah, and maybe you each have different ones.
Yeah, we might.
That might be the case.
I think one of the bigger ones is that from the get-go, we were not super set on our like core design for where exactly we wanted to take the gameplay, and so I kind of mentioned this before, but like the original mock-up was that we were going to be procedurally generating our levels, and that we wanted it to be almost like a roguelike, where it was very replayable. And what we found is that like during our playtest, the best moments were kind of stuff that people would happen upon randomly, where like a monster would pop around a corner and it would scare them, or like stuff like that. And so we kind of just like went in the direction that like these moments are what are going to sell our game in the best light, and so we want to just script these rather than having these be like a happenstance that someone runs across. And so we ended up just moving. We scrapped our procedural generation, and we started moving with handcrafted levels, and then using sequencer stuff to get like formal cutscenes and all that, so that we could get like a really cohesive narrative down and kind of sell those horror moments.
I love that. I think that's so cool because especially, I'm not going to say there's nothing worse, but it can be really tough when you have an idea that you love the idea and the idea is working, but then other ideas are working better and you're like, ah, dang it.
Yes. Yeah, that's how it felt, because like we had one of our engineers said like the procedural generation was his baby, and like we did just kind of have to be like, I'm sorry, but like we have to move in a different direction.
We'll have the procedural DLC.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We'll have the endless mode coming later.
There you go. Any other challenges, obstacles, anything you had to face?
Yeah. Making sure that it wasn't exactly like Harry Potter.
Sure.
Yeah, trying to incorporate those fantasy elements while keeping it scary and spooky, and having the atmosphere be something that maybe a fantasy fan would enjoy, but also might be a little spooky for them and fun for fans of the horror genre.
For sure. Did anybody on your team read the Scholomance books?
No.
That's another wizarding school book series that is very, very good.
Yeah.
So what about the game? What are each of your favorite parts of the game, or the thing that you love the most, or that you cherish the most?
Ooh.
Good question.
Or that you're the most proud of, I guess, is a way to say that.
I'll say my favorite element of the game is probably the full voice acting, courtesy of Brennan's coordination with his uncle. I'll admit, I'm a little bit of a naysayer. I was not sure we would get it in time for the UGL today, but we managed
is
it.
notoriously tricky.
Yeah.
It's a healthy pessimism for sure.
So do you actually have like a fully casted?
Yeah, my uncle Drew Roush, he's the voice actor for the game.
Love it.
And he did a phenomenal job. It is so cool to see this thing come to life with his voice acting.
I mentioned this earlier on the stream with somebody else that had VO, and it's a bummer that we can't really hear the audio in our headphones, right? Because I would love to be able to hear.
Yeah.
They'll just have to play it for themselves, you know?
Yeah. What about either of you two? Any of your favorite moments, or the things that you love the most, or you're most proud of?
I gotta say, I think our cutscenes, like, they really, like, once we started getting, like, all of our stuff and like, the level really sequenced out within, like, the way that we want our script to flow, and, like, having the cutscenes intermixed with the gameplay, and, like, it just added such, like, a, I don't know, like, a drive to the game that, like, made it a lot easier to get into and to be, like, immersed in. And, yeah, I think, definitely our cutscenes.
All right.
I think it's probably the lightning ambience for me. Yeah, I think that it added quite a bit to the set dressing and kind of really makes it very immersive.
And kind of probably a little bit more difficult to pull off with this particular art style than maybe one might think.
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right, so as we're wrapping up here, if people want to play Dispel on their own, if they want to experience the adventure of a non-Harry Potter spooky school, how can they find it?
Well, the demos for Dispel are currently available on both Steam and itch.io.
Okay.
We're hoping to submit the game to the Steam Next Fest, so the full version won't be out for a little bit. But depending on how things go, we might push the version that people are playing here at the UGL as the new demo.
Gotcha. So, and that's Dispel, D-I-S-P-E-L.
Yep.
Yes.
All caps.
All caps, D-I-S-P-E-L. Don't throw a second L in there or else you're not going to find it.
On Steam, it'll be the second one down on the search results, but I'm sure ours is better than the top.
Pay attention to the one that's a spooky school, not a... I don't
even know what the other one is.
Spooky school bus. It's not a spooky
school one. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining me on
Thank
the couch.
you.
Thanks for sharing your spooky game with us. We are going to have another trailer for another undergrad game, and then we'll just keep going. All right, so that was Into the Carrion Deep. We have the dev team with us. Well, not all of the dev team. We have some of the dev team here with us. Would you all like to introduce yourselves, say who you are, and what you did on Into the Carrion Deep? Or ICD, for short, perhaps.
I'm Willow. I did a lot of the engineering and design.
I'm Garrett. I was one of the major tech artists and worked on the design as well.
I worked on majority of the environment for the game and part of the 2D and 3D modeling.
All right. And then is there anyone in the booth who's going to be playing?
That would be Gabe. He was one of our engineers as well.
All right. Shout out to Gabe. So a pretty short and sweet, a pretty tantalizing trailer. So tell us about Into the Carrion Deep. What can we expect if we're playing it?
It's a narrative short horror game. It's meant to experience like the sensation of being deep underwater and a little bit of claustrophobia. The basics of the game is you're on the ship called the Orion, and it's crashed, and you're the only survivor, and your goal is to explore the shipwreck and to see if you can figure out why it went down and progress through and explore the game.
So, bit of a mystery, bit of survival horror, obviously dark hallways. I don't want to spoil anything of the game, but are monsters involved? And if so, will we be seeing any during this gameplay?
Yeah, you'll definitely see some of the monsters we worked on. We got
right there.
Our little bombfish right here.
Love that. That is fantastic. So how did this come to be? Was this always... A lot of the teams today have said, you know, yeah, we know we wanted to make a horror game, or we know we wanted to make an underwater game, but over time it evolved into what it is. Where did you start as a team, and then how did you end up to kind of where you are?
Do you want to take this one, Yusuf?
Yeah, so it started with a small idea that like we wanted to make a horror game based on like it's going on around the shipwreck, and then explore what happened in there, find a mystery, get outside. Yeah, and I don't know, we just naturally build up the story and the environment and everything. Just the project goes on, it kind of will really smooth.
That's not a story you often hear from student dev teams.
Yeah.
Is that everything went smooth.
Because all the good teammates, I guess, it was pretty smooth. I'm really glad.
That is fantastic. So tell us a little bit about your team. Like, how many were there? Who was doing what?
I think there was about 15, if I counted correctly. I need to double check that, but we had, a bunch of designers, a pretty solid large team of artists. I think about 7 were artists, so we were a little artist heavy. We had, I think 4 or 3 engineers. Gabe,
sorry. I think 4 after I joined the team.
Yeah, so we had 4 engineers, so that was one of our small pain points, was sometimes we were a little low on the engineering side. We did have to cut some content because we couldn't finish the engineering bits.
So that was going to be my next question, is what decisions did you have to make based off of the resources that you had? Obviously, it looks great.
Yeah.
Because you said you have an overabundance of artists. But on the engineering side, was it strictly cut content? Was it we had to make everything a little bit shorter of an experience than we wanted? How did you deal with the obstacles that came from not having the resources that you maybe wanted?
When like halfway through the semester, I remember we basically didn't have any of the mechanics actually functional.
Halfway through the first semester.
Halfway through the year.
Okay. Halfway through this semester, we still didn't have the mechanics.
Well, there's yeah, so we had to kind of work together with both the level designers and the artists to like kind of scrape together a lot of things. And honestly, I'm really proud of where we ended up, because in terms of engineering, it was kind of a tough road. And we had to completely rewrite the AI for the stalkerfish.
Yeah, so the stalkerfish, you just saw him right there. He
that
just
big
attacked
beholder
Gabe.
looking guy.
we had to rebuild him like, it felt like 2 or 3 times, I swear.
Was there ever any? So you mentioned at the beginning it was like we always wanted it to be a horror shipwreck game. Was there ever any discussion or any like prototyping of here's what it's like if the ship is full of water versus here's what the ship is like if it's not full of water? Was it always like a swimming game?
I think I can answer that. At the very beginning, we kind of set up the standard. It's like underwater. Player's gonna wear the suit inside and then see the visions just through the goggle, and you need to swim around, interact with stuff in the shipwreck, and then escape. That was like our core starting point. So yeah, we built it up the story and all the mechanics based on that. So it went, yeah, from the underwater swimming, Subnautica vibe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Props to the mask design, and what I mean by that is we're here in the studio. Everyone at home, we're at the studio. We're looking at a 85-inch TV right now, and I still feel like I can't see beyond the periphery because of that mask UI. Like it's making me feel claustrophobic, even though I'm in a big room with a giant TV. So props on that. Do each of you have something that you were particularly proud of, or a moment that you love, something that you hold dear about this game?
I did a lot of the like existing Stalkerfish AI, and I have to say I'm pretty proud of how that turned out. It's aggressive towards the player, and you know, a lot of people get caught by it, but you're also able to out-navigate it a little bit. And the main issue was trying to get the thing to actually chase you while you're underwater, which turns out to be an issue because most of the time with pathfinding it works on, you know, a 2D level plane. So trying to make something that can swim around and navigate was actually not easy, but I think the solution I came up with was it works pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it looks like it. What about the two of you? Anything a favorite moment or something you love?
I'm really proud about this ending cutscene that's coming up here, and a lot of the animation work I did. I did the majority of the animation work for the creatures, and put a lot of time into rigging them and some of the effects, like the lighting and stuff on them. And so I'm really proud about that, and I put a lot of work into that, and I'm happy to see it come to fruition. And like, I think, you know, the thematics of the game is what everyone really like says is like a huge hit. They're like, yeah, apparently some people like couldn't even finish the game because just like the underwater feeling,
just too much.
It was too much for them, which like, I don't know, maybe I'm desensitized to it or something, but
well, you've been surrounded by it for 9 months. So.
Yeah, absolutely, just constant play testing. But I'm really glad to hear people say that about it, because it's just awesome to hear people say those positive things about a game you worked on for like a whole year, you know.
And it can be so difficult because you're so in the weeds, right? You're like, this doesn't feel scary to me. This doesn't feel claustrophobic because I've been doing it. So seeing something come to fruition like that through the eyes of others is always awesome.
Yeah, as a dev, I feel like you always look at it's like being an artist. You always look at your work and you're like, maybe, but, you know, hearing people say amazing things about it, you're like, okay, maybe I'm being a little too hard on myself. And like seeing it played live and everything, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, this is my baby.
Yeah.
You know, it turned out great, and I'm happy about that.
So speaking of it turning out great, if people want to play Into the Carrion Deep on their own, where can they find it?
We are still trying to set up the Steam page, but we do already have an itch.io page.
Okay.
I do have a QR, but seems like not in here, but I can share. Well, search Into the Carrion Deep and itch.io homepage. It's already published. You can find on there. It's playable. Go ahead.
So you can find it right now. Carrion, Carrion, Into the Carrion Deep. Thank you for sharing the game with us. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with some of our final capstone games. So we'll see you in just 1 minute. It seems that today we have two main camps that a lot of our games are falling in. We have horror games, and then we have like nice, cozy experiences. And Kintsugi is definitely one of the latter. That was the trailer for Kintsugi. We have some of the dev team here with us. Would you all like to explain who you are and what you did on the game?
Yeah. So I'm Ben. I was the gameplay engineer.
I'm Ashik. I was the sound engineer.
And I'm Dallin. I was a producer and level designer.
All right. And do we have anybody in the booth who is going to be playing for us today?
Yeah, we have Aiden.
Okay, shout out to Aiden as well. All right, so we read on the bottom of the screen there we're saving a world, but tell us about Kintsugi.
I mean, Kintsugi is just like very much a journey type game, you know, just exploration.
Journey like capital J, like
capital J, the game journey.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's just mainly an atmospheric game, you know. We want you to really get into the world and just explore.
What was the inspiration or the inspirations behind it?
So I can talk about that. So Kintsugi is like a Japanese art of taking broken ceramics and putting them back together with gold to make them more beautiful than when they were whole. And so the idea was just kind of like, what if we made a game with that theme centered around fixing broken things?
Okay, and so what are you trying to fix as far as, I know we were talking about this offline a little bit, but for everybody at home, what are the things that you're trying to fix up in the world of Kintsugi?
Right now it's mainly just animals, and like at the very end, like you get a little bit more like the world and the land. It's supposed to be like something happened to the world and you're trying to fix it to restore it and maybe, you know, make it better, like with Kintsugi.
Okay. I love the idea of taking, because a lot of teams will start out with like, you know, we want to make a horror game or we want to make a game based off of parkour movement or things like that. I love the idea of like, we want to base a game off of an artistic technique. I think that's incredibly fascinating. So how did the development process go as far as where you started out? You had that theme in mind. We want to do this kind of like broken made whole thing. It looks like that kind of theme guided your artwork and everything like that, but were there other things that you discovered along the way that you were like, oh, this is actually something that we hadn't planned on in the beginning, but it adds to the overall atmosphere?
I mean, like a lot of it was just retuning the map.
Okay.
You know, like anytime we like came up with an idea of how we wanted the game to work, we try to like make the map fit that area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did you have a so when you talk about like when came up with an idea, fix the map, would it be correct in saying that like your team? It sounds like it wasn't just level designers contributing to the atmosphere, contributing to the navigation, things like that. Is that safe to say? Was the whole team kind of involved in that aspect of the game?
At least in the very beginning.
Yeah, it was a lot of the art team just coming up with really cool assets and things they want to put in the game.
Which, you know, I mean, the big thing that we've been talking about today with all the teams is playing to your strengths. And if you feel really strong and really passionately about, hey, I want to make this thing, yeah, we'll make an instance for it in the game. I think that's great. What so that's kind of like the good part of things that we're talking about. What about obstacles or challenges that you faced as you were creating this?
I think a big focus, like they were talking about, we had a lot of artists on our team, mostly artists, and I'd say I think they did an incredible job. I think the game is beautiful, but because it was so art heavy and focused on art, we kind of got stalled a bit on design for quite a while and not really sure what direction we wanted to take it. Just we knew that we wanted it to be beautiful, and like you said, we brought up Journey. That was a huge inspiration. We wanted to kind of evoke similar feelings.
Yeah.
I very recently had my 7-year-old daughter play through Journey, and I had the joy of watching her play it and seeing her experience it for the first time. And so I'm excited to show her this because she will latch onto this immediately. You mentioned having kind of an abundance of artists. What did your team breakdown look like as far as how many people you had and who was doing what?
We had 15 people.
15.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was 6 artists, I think.
About 6 or 7 artists. However, a lot exactly 6, 7. But also, even a lot of people who weren't mainly focused on art were also had experience with art and kind of contributed a little bit there. So, with that spread, that's kind of why we went so heavy on like the world.
Sure, and that's a problem that not too many. It's a good problem to have, but it's a problem that not many teams have. Normally, it's the others. Normally, it's like we are struggling for artwork. We've spoken with teams today who have said things like, "We didn't have an animator, so we don't have any characters in the game because we didn't have an animator." So it's kind of cool to be like, yeah, we knew beauty was going to happen because we had all the design, or excuse me, all the art, but we didn't have design around it. We didn't have a way of illustrating that beauty to the players. As far as like exploring the world, you have kind of what's going on right now. He's coasting off of an air vent, it looks like. As far as like mechanics and things like that, and emergent gameplay, puzzles, things like that, were those all created pretty early on, or has this world kind of constantly been evolving throughout your entire development cycle?
I mean, like the original first few ideas was definitely just like, let's rip off Journey, right? We have the glide, we have the slide, but then like Ben was a huge push for the swoop mechanic, and it was mainly like during the first semester of Capstone that we had just a bunch of group meetings, and we're just like, hey, what abilities do we want this person to have? Because we were already leaning towards a more platformer based gameplay.
Okay. And then you mentioned you did audio stuff as well.
Mhm.
We're not able to hear much on the headsets right now. Is there a lot of sound effects? Is there a soundtrack that accompanies it?
Yeah, we have 2 full songs. One of them is split into like 3 parts, and it's like dynamic music system. It just like comes and goes as you play the game.
Okay.
And then the first one is just for the main menu theme. I made it a little too dramatic in my opinion, but it works. It does what it's supposed to
It's
be.
very harrowing when you start it, and then you go into the world, and you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. So you're going through, you're rescuing these creatures. So ultimately, that's how you are able to beat the game. Is you've healed or you've rescued all of the creatures. How long of a gameplay experience are you? Not for people who've been playing this for 9 months, but for the layperson, should they expect a 10-minute experience? Should they expect a 10-hour experience? About how long do you think people will spend with this game?
I'd say about what we've, at least especially today, what we've been seeing during launch is about 10 minutes or so is what people have been taking.
Hey, a polished 10 is always a good way to go, right? So if people are not here in the building, which I imagine they're not because they'd be watching this right now, how can they find the game on their own? How can they play it on their own?
We've got a Steam page. The game is Kintsugi. The game will, right now, you can just wishlist it. You can't play it, but that'll be changing very soon. Probably within the week, we will have the game available to play there.
All right, so wishlist Kintsugi, Kintsuge, right?
G-I.
G-I.
Yeah.
I thought I had it. Thank you for sharing that game with us. I often need reasons to chill, and that looks like a really good thing to just help me with that. So thank you for sharing that with me. We're going to have another trailer for one more of our undergraduate games, and then we'll talk to them. So we'll see you in just 1 minute.
Alrighty, friends. Thank you.
Broken Voyage. I'm kind of in love with the name Broken Voyage because there's certain words that we use to describe certain things, right? Like batteries die, and it's a very dramatic thing. But voyages usually end with like shipwrecks or sinking or something like that. You really don't say it was broken. So I'm really excited to explore exactly what that is. We have two members of the dev team here with us on the couch. Would you like to explain who you are and what you did on Broken Voyage?
Yeah, I'm Ryan. I was the lead designer for levels and gameplay. Did a little bit of audio, a little bit of, everything sort of touching up, stuff like that.
My name's Henry. I'm the producer for our game, and I also did the majority of the audio work on our game.
All right. And do you have anybody in the booth who's going to be playing along with us?
We do. Our lead artist, Jake Rasmussen, is playing, so you'll get to see him play.
Hopefully he's the lead game player as well, because otherwise we might be in for something.
He's had some practice.
He's pretty locked in.
So tell us about Broken Voyage.
So it started off as a pitch as like a full-fledged horror game. And because of the way that classes ended up being structured, we were looking more towards the reference game, which was Call of Cthulhu, the game for that. And that is a little bit more detective-y, and we ended up leaning further into the detective element rather than the horror, just because we felt it'd be a little bit more interesting to play, a little bit easier in terms of the skill set that we had on the team.
Sure.
Stuff like that.
So you are playing someone who's investigating a voyage that has been broken? Question mark?
You are, you're supposed to be like a Coast Guard, like a freshly recruited Coast Guard member. And there's been this SOS that's gone off on a whaling ship, and you are sent out to go investigate as your first assignment. And when you get there, the crew is dead, and there's some sort of supernatural thing going on that you start to uncover.
Okay. If you say whaling ship, is this a modern day thing? I wouldn't imagine
no.
so.
So it's about like 20s.
Yeah, our official year is 1920. You're there in August, so.
All right. So this, so when you talk about you're investigating, he's holding a Necronomicon, so kind of all bets are off at this point. Is one of the main mechanics what we're seeing right here, the viewing past events? Is that how you're going about investigating, or is it strictly through environmental clues? How are you gathering the data for the investigation?
This is definitely like the main way. Well, actually, it's one of the two main
It's both,
ways.
yeah.
Yeah. This is like half of it is seeing important events from the past, what happened in this specific spot. Important things that happened that apply to what you're looking for, which is for the crew members' first and last names, their occupation on the boat, and how they died.
Yeah.
And then your second main way is mostly items and notes, sort of in that older Resident Evil style. You're sort of you're reading things, you're figuring out what happened through diary logs, things like that. BioShock audio log style. We don't have audio logs, but that kind of the deal.
So we have a little bit of Resident Evil, a little bit of Call of Cthulhu, and a little bit of Return of the Obra Dinn.
Yeah.
All had a cool looking baby.
Yeah.
What do you think, as far as your team went, what were your team's biggest strengths and your biggest weaknesses as far as the skills you had, and then how you created the game around that?
I feel like our biggest strengths, we had a very large art team. Over half the members on our team were artists.
Dang.
And so, I mean, when you're watching this gameplay, you'll see that we have so many like highly detailed 3D assets. We have good 2D art that you're seeing now too. And so a lot of effort went into there. And when it comes to our weaknesses, early on, we didn't have a producer. Like the entire first semester, we didn't have a producer. I was kind of like...
And it still survived somehow?
Yeah, honestly, like I felt like our team, we got along pretty well together, which was very fortunate. I know other teams had issues. But yeah, we did pretty good without a producer. But then once the second semester started, we were like, hey, it'd probably be a good idea if like somebody kind of focused on this. And so I was doing more design stuff beforehand, but I was like, you know what, I'll give it a shot.
I like spreadsheets. Why not? Yeah. I mean, one of the hardest parts of game development is getting the band together, right? Getting the crew that can work together. So the fact that you were able to pull that off without a producer, I think is, and then be able to do this, right? We're seeing an end product in front of our eyes. I think that's awesome. From from a gameplay design perspective, or maybe a narrative design perspective, this probably has to be a really interesting thing because you're mixing, I guess you could call it like puzzle design, but then also with like hidden clues which aren't necessarily part of puzzles. They're more part of environments and narrative and things like that. How do you go about creating something like this? Is this like we all have meetings with the entire team and we come up with ideas for cool things that could exist as far as interactivity or anything like that? Or was there one person who was just like, nope, you're the puzzle guy, you figure it all out?
Yeah, towards the beginning, we focused a lot on like the story and what we wanted all the characters to be, where they're at, how they died, that kind of thing. And once we had that sort of, not all the way set in stone, but at least laid out, we started
the general
building.
direction you're heading.
Yeah, we built the stuff sort of around that. In all honesty, we did make the puzzles a little bit too difficult from what we've been seeing today. It's been a little bit difficult for people to differentiate between like what's related to the puzzle versus what's related to your report that you have to fill out.
Sure.
So, there's a little bit of mix-up in there, but it's not the worst.
I mean, that's what they talk about in the Double Fine Adventure, right? When they're like, these puzzles are super easy to me. Why can't you guys figure it out?
Yeah.
Oh, they're easy to me because I've solved them 200 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as like with puzzles and that aspect of the game and the detective aspect, you're going to need input from a lot of people, right? Like you're going to need to playtest this. We've talked with earlier teams about how playtesting is actually like integrated into the class. Did you find yourself modifying things based off of player feedback or doubling down on things based off of player feedback?
A little bit of both. Largely, our puzzles, as you see them now, have changed so much as a result of player feedback. Obviously, we have run into some issues today of people having trouble figuring them out, but it was like way worse before. And so some of that, there are some stuff like a lot of the direction that we went in with our art and the ambiance that our game creates through both sound and visuals. We received positive feedback on that early on and as the class progressed. And so that was kind of an instance where we did double down on what we were doing before, just because we already had positive reception about that. And we just kind of kept on going in the same direction.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
I think the game, as we're watching the gameplay here, it looks absolutely gorgeous. And what's funny is that I said that phrase about the last game that we had, Kintsugi. It looks gorgeous in a completely different way, right? There's just like a fantastical, floaty around environment, whereas this is like, I'm getting a little spooked out walking around. I'm not even walking around the ship. I'm watching someone walk around the ship, and I'm getting a little spooked out. So I guess that's kind of one of the benefits of having half of your team be artists.
Yeah.
As far as future plans, are you going to go back and tweak those puzzles a little bit based off of what you've heard today? Or are you just like, nope, people got to deal with it?
I think at this point we're leaning more towards the no, just deal with it part. Just, because it's going to be difficult to get the whole team together with, finals week and then graduation and everyone's going their separate ways, right?
For sure.
We put a lot of work into it. Obviously it's not perfect, but I feel like it's in a decent spot in which people who are kind of the target niche of this, who like puzzles and sort of have their brain work that way, I don't think it'll be as like terrible for them to figure it out as maybe some people who aren't as experienced with the genre, people just walking around, right, and trying things.
So if this is your cup of tea and you want to play this, where can they find it?
You can find it on Steam. If you
right now
right now you can wish list it.
Okay.
It will be going live in the next 2 days.
Okay.
So yeah, if you just go to Steam and then type in Broken Voyage, it's the only thing that pops up.
There's no other Broken Voyages out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, you'll be able to play it by the end of this week.
Okay, so go wishlist it, go solve a mystery, talk to some ghosts, figure out what's going on. I had mentioned during a couple of the other games that I need something to relax to. I also need something to like needle over and get into the weeds of it. So this is going to be
our game is not relaxing at all.
Yeah, I'm here for it. So thank you both for sharing the game with us. Thank you all for checking out all the gameplay and everything like that. We're going to have a quick break, and then we'll have just a few final words from the stream. So we'll see you in just 1 minute.
There once lived a simple fishman who lived with his lovely fish wife and fish babies. Every day, Fishman fishes for bugs for his fish family, But this time round, Fishman is fishing for something special. For the great bug feast is nigh. Fish babies have already scattered about in search of bugs for the feast. It's up to Fishman to gather the fishlings and catch all the bugs needed for a merry celebration. Good luck, and happy fishing!
Lead avionics technician Francisca Moreira reporting. I was troubleshooting our escape pod security system as I noticed the line replaceable unit had some unknown damage, almost like someone had purposefully tampered with it. I just don't understand why anyone on this ship would destroy our only escape. I'm not going to start anything though, just keep the peace, as I'm sure we're all going a little crazy being out here for so long. After repairing the circuits though, I hardwired a new passcode. Moreira logging off.
Alright, let's go over the plan. You, Beeble, are key to the success of this. As the brave, evolving, exploration bot of love Mark III, you will help me break into school, steal anything we can use to upgrade you, destroy Alex's project, all so that you'll win first at the science fair instead.
And with that, we did it, my friends. We are now wrapping up Utah Games Launch 2026, where we have seen 27 student games that have been made here at the University of Utah at the Division of Games. Not to editorialize, but an awful lot of horror games. Makes me wonder if there's some sort of zeitgeist that is being embraced by our student body. I am joined once again on the couch by Dr. Michael Young, the chair of the Division of Games. Michael, what are your thoughts on this year's launch?
I have to say, this is the best launch ever.
Ever. Okay.
I mean, I say that every year. And
well, that's a good thing, though, right? Because it's progression.
It absolutely, like, if you look at the scope, if you look at the creativity in these games, the art quality, the play quality, it's just amazing. I'm so proud of the work that these students have done, and the creativity that they show, and then getting it all together in order to get it published by the end of their time here is just they managed that process amazingly well.
There were so many teams that during the interviews they were talking about, like, yeah, 3 weeks ago this didn't look like this, or this didn't play like this.
It is amazing to see all the pieces, and you think, oh, they only have a few more weeks left, and then they put them all together and it works together, and it's really an amazing thing to see. And that's kind of, the hallmark of our program here is to look at this interdisciplinary team-based work. So you have all these project teams with all these different skills in it: software development and art and animation and project management and design, and they all learn to work together to make something bigger than what they could do individually in their own areas.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, way bigger than the sum of its parts. And something that I wish I probably should have, this is something I'm really passionate about. I wish I telegraphed it more to students. And it is that a lot of the times when I've spoken with students, they think of it as like, oh, this is just my student game, right? This is just the game that I made in school. And it's like, every single team that you saw here today, that is a game development team. They have worked together on a team to make and publish a game. That's what game development is. And so I think all of our students in our program and other programs around need to pat themselves on the back that they are bona fide game developers.
They are, and their games are out there. You'll be able to download them, and like many of them you can download right now and play.
But don't come to Building 72 because I think we're wrapping up here. So
That's right. Yes. So we had an amazing day here. We had, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of people walk through the building. You could see it behind Adam when he was talking to everyone. Just the crowds were fantastic, a constant flow of people playing games. And it was amazing to have the students in here, but then they would rotate out and talk to the people who were coming to play their games here. So it's really wonderful from an instructor's point of view to see the passion and that the students bring to it, and then to see them see people play their games.
Yes.
It's like it's a pretty amazing moment.
People who weren't just their fellow classmates,
That's
right? Like
right,
being
yeah.
able to, and a lot of students have said, yeah, we were actually using today as like our final play test. We're gathering bugs, and then we'll publish in 2 weeks once we've got everything settled. So for those of you who are watching at home, we do this every single year. We celebrate all of the incredible games. So if you ever happen to find yourself in Salt Lake around the end of the year, the end of the school year, you should come by next time because this is going to be fantastic as always. Do you have any final thoughts to send us home, Michael?
I think there's a few things I want to say. You know, if you've liked if you've liked the games and heard the students and you're interested in learning to develop the same skills, then you should come on down to University of Utah campus if you live in the area and talk to us. We would love to talk to you about coming here as a student and working with us. And then I think the other thing I need to be mindful of is that there are a lot of people to thank for today. So I want to thank you, Adam, for the marathon that you have gone through with us today, and for engaging with the students and helping them talk about their stories. It's been pretty amazing to watch.
Always a pleasure.
And then, you know, I want to thank the students themselves, obviously, for bringing everything, for getting everything together, for shepherding their own process and getting here. I want to thank the faculty that taught them. So these students worked on these games, but almost all of them are ready to graduate now. And so there's, for some of them, 2 years, 4 years, or 6 years of classes with us that they've taken, and those faculty have helped, you know, those students grow as game makers through that whole process. And then I also want to thank, especially give thanks out to the staff in the games division. The staff have just been a tremendous effort behind designing, organizing, and putting on this whole event. We could never do this without the dedicated and committed quality of the staff that we have to make this happen. I also want to give a big shout out to the Division of Games esports production team. The production team is the best in all of universities in the world, and I would put them up in competition with anybody. They're just fantastic. This whole process has been amazing and smooth and wonderful to be able to talk on the stream. So thank you all to everybody who worked so hard for this.
Yeah, it's always a magical moment. I'm always tickled when I get invited back because this is, I mean, at risk of sounding cheesy, like this is the future of game development. The people who are going to be making the huge games that we'll be playing in 10 years are these students right behind us, and I think that's absolutely incredible. Well, thank you all for joining us. My name is Adam Hunter. I have been absolutely thrilled to be your host for the past little bit. Please come check us out. If you're ever in the area, come say hi. If not, look for all our student games online. Give your feedback. They'd be happy to hear it. And otherwise, we will catch you all next time we have a game showcase. Otherwise, I hope you all have a great night.